All right, we've got the webinar going and the live stream is going. So I will turn things over to Tishri, and obviously we'll need to wait for Chair Brown to get things up and going. So
Do we have a quorum?
Not yet, but we plan on having a quorum.
Mhm.
The only director that we know that won't be here is Director DeHart. I believe he's out of the country.
The Director Pinner is also out of the country.
Oh, well, I did not know that. So if that's the case, then we're down to, and then I don't think we have a quorum.
We'll not have a quorum to do business then.
No.
Do we have to be, it's two, what's the quorum, 5?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No response from Chair Brown yet. Oh, yep, he just did. He's going to jump on.
Oh, because we are only 4 members then.
Right.
Because
we don't have a quorum, so we can't even call the meeting to order. So. Dave, do you want me to see if Lisa can hop on? I know she wasn't planning on hopping on till 7, but do you want her input at all?
I think we should be okay. This is a work session for right now.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm not overly concerned. I see Chair Brown has joined us now.
Mm-hmm.
We have 3 board members, looks like. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we are expecting then Director Shannon to join us. Is that correct? We haven't heard that he's not.
Correct.
Okay. So Chair Brown, just to get you up to speed, currently we have 3 board members participating in the work session. We anticipate Director Shannon joining us here soon. We were informed that Director DeHart would not be able to attend, and we just learned that Director Penner was not going to be able to attend tonight. So since we have a 7-member board, we would need 4 board members to have a quorum to conduct business. This is a work session, so we have 4 people now. And so I think we can start at any point in time.
All right, are we ready?
I think we are, but I think.
Sorry about that, I was on mute. Yeah, I think Brian will be on here pretty soon.
He just joined us, sir.
Just joined you.
Come on.
Hey, Brian. Hey, everybody. Sorry I was late too, guys. A lot of traffic tonight.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Okay.
do we have a quorum then?
We have 4 board members, so we are able to do business at a later time. This is a
Okay.
work session, so it's
Right.
not necessary.
Got it.
All right, we can start. And I just want to welcome everyone to this. It's a data achievement data work session. We're going to be focusing in this evening on elementary data, achievement data. We're going to be looking at some attendance data. If we have time, and we hope we do, we'll also be looking at behavior data. The goal for this is to, first of all, get a better understanding of how our students are performing at the elementary level, grades K through 5, but also to learn more about the data process and how we use data in our school improvement planning. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge that Cassandra Thonston is joining us, and we will be co-presenting tonight. And it's really not presenting. I'm going to say this. We are going to be co-facilitating this workshop. And, with the workshop, obviously there's a lot of give and take. And so we don't need to worry about going through some formalized questioning, although we will be asking some critical questions at certain points so that we can talk more deeply about the data. Can you move it forward, Tishri? Thank you. And the first thing that I want to introduce is just a simple way to make sure that a meeting is productive. We use these called norms or agreements. This is just an example of some that I've used for many years with our K-12 leadership team. And in those agreements, when we're working and doing the work together, sometimes we have to remind ourselves of things that we agree to do. And so just to very quickly go through, one of the things that we agree as a leadership team is that we stay engaged. Even if something is not completely engaging, we are going to really try to stay engaged in the concepts or in the facilitation or some aspect of it. Also to speak your truth. And that's very important, especially when you're working together on complex and difficult projects. Speaking your truth is the way we get better and we improve as an organization, but also that's the way we make solutions that are going to be effective for kids. That we accept non-closure, we expect it and we accept it. And especially when we're looking at data, some of the data sets are very big, high, looking from a very high distance down, and some of it is very close, which is like the classroom. So we're not always going to get closure on the way we interpret data or actually how quickly we can move data. In terms of experiencing discomfort, that's just because as human beings, sometimes there are uncomfortable things that occur in any type of a work environment. And sometimes people push on each other, and that's excellent. And the one that I'm going to really point out is move up. And the reason that we use this in K-12 leadership is that many times we get caught in the weeds. And when we get caught in the weeds, we get so closely involved in the aspect of the details that we don't really see the big picture. And so we have learned to push each other by just saying the words move up. And when we do that, we're able to see the bigger picture. So first of all, do you have any questions or any comments about the agreements? Okay. So if you accept those, we're going to move forward. And if I don't hear any feedback that it's not going to be acceptable, we're just going to move. So tonight we're going to have an overview, and we're going to start with attendance rates. And Cassandra is going to be leading us through that data so we can take a look at it. I'm going to be sharing third grade reading data and fourth grade mathematics. And then if we have time, we're going to be looking at our discipline and behavior data that we've collected. And so Cass, you want to pop in and start the workshop?
Absolutely. So first, welcome. Thank you for having us. Data is something that we use regularly. And so part of the opportunity of us coming tonight is to actually show you some of the ways that we are using data. So I get to start us out with just an introduction to what that looks like in practice. So if we go to the next slide. We're going to start with what we ask our staff to do. So hopefully you brought a writing utensil and paper because we're going to ask you to engage. So first, I'm going to ask you to make some predictions. So if you consider these 3 questions, I'm going to give you about a minute or so to write down some predictions, and then we'll pop out a few shares if folks are willing. So first prompt is considering levels, so elementary, middle, and high school. Who do you think has the highest percentage for attendance and why? And that's combining all the schools. So not necessarily one elementary, but all elementary combined, the 2 middle schools and our 2 high schools between Catalyst and NHS. Second prompt is what % attendance do you estimate for each of those levels and why? And then for elementary specifically, since that's our focus for this evening, which grade level do you think has the highest attendance percentage and which one do you think has the lowest and why? So we do this as an opening before we dive into actually looking at data in our practice. So I'm going to give you about a minute to write down some of your predictions. Take about 10 more seconds. All right, and finish that thought. I'm going to give just kind of an open floor to anybody that would be interested or willing to share one or two predictions that you made, and maybe a quick explanation as to why you made that prediction.
I think that elementary school is the highest percentage of attendance because it's parent driving students to school and they're most excited about school. And I think that for elementary school, I think a kindergarten is the lowest attendance because they're just getting used to going to school. And I think third grade is the highest attendance because they've been through the other three grades and they're more familiar and still eager.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yes, I would agree with Rebecca on I would think the elementary would be the highest attendant rate, just because, you know, parents are usually more involved in that, in the elementary level with their kids, and the kids, it's something new to them and just going to school. And it seems like, you know, it's always just fun. And then I think that the highest attendance percentage for the elementary, I think would be, you know, the lower grades would have the higher because of it being just something new and exciting. And then probably the higher grades would have the lowest, just because they're just getting older and going into maybe puberty and changing and just being more rebellious. I don't know. So, and then I wasn't sure about what to say about the percentage of the attendance you estimate for each level. So,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's Dave. I kind of came back with elementary having the highest percentage, or you're giving out answers there almost. I didn't see them, honestly. Probably wrong. I had first grade being the highest, and I had fourth grade being the lowest on there. I don't know why. I'm just throwing out stuff from living the dream back in the day at Dundee. So
my guess was actually that high school would have the highest attendance, just because the stakes are the highest for those kids.
Thank you all so much for sharing those. So after we've made some predictions, part of that is to get you kind of thinking about what are some of the things I already kind of know to be true or think I know to be true before we start taking a look at the actual data. And that usually leads us to some really great questions, which is really important. So if you can go to that next slide, we'll reveal the answers. So elementary, middle, and high school. So we've got our 3 bars. And I'll give you just a moment to take a look. And again, what we usually do with our data dives is once we look at the data, we take a moment to think about what do I notice and what do I wonder. And so I'll give folks just like 30 seconds to look at this one.
Cassandra, could you explain it to me?
Yes, so sorry. So this one has the elementary percentage is at 94.7, middle school is 94.2, and high school is at 93.6.
Okay.
So it's a graph with the 3 different bars, and I'm going to ask Karen to model for me. This is one of the things we ask our staff to do as we're looking at data. So Karen, what do you notice and what do you wonder?
Well, I notice that the percentages between elementary and middle are very close, right? They're only 0.2 or 0.5% differences between elementary and middle. But that starts that development that attendance is starting to decline, right? And in high school, 93.6%, while that is actually by the state's view fairly high, is also, lower than we would want it in terms of just the elementary and the middle school preparing for that high stakes that Mr. Shannon talked about, that the high school actually with the highest stakes has the lowest attendance. So I wonder, what are some things we can do at the high school level specifically to engage students in raising their attendance and their daily attendance, but also how do we engage them in their own learning so that they really do want to come to schools like you guys actually identified? Kindergartners, first graders, second graders are excited to come to school. What do we do in our teaching and learning to help our kids at the higher levels stay engaged?
We're going to go back and forth between these two slides. So thank you, Karen, for that. So if we can go to the next slide, we will come back to this one, but I do want to show you this next slide. So this is attendance by grade level. So again, today we're really honing in, focusing in on our elementary. So this is our attendance by grade level for kinder, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Just so that everyone knows what the percentages are. So kindergarten is 94, first grade is 97, second grade is 93, third grade is 95, fourth grade is 95, and fifth grade is 95. And this is for this year's attendance up through December 1st. So some of the things that we start to notice, I want to point out here, the last graph that we looked at, it looked like there was a pretty staggered difference, the elementary to the middle to the high. Those differences visually in the graphs were pretty substantial. They looked, on my screen, like an 1.5 inch jump down each time, but they only represented 0.6 and 0.5%. So when we look at this, one of the things we want to make sure we're paying attention to is scale. So on the left-hand side, if you can read that, it says 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100%. So in this scale, we're looking at 0 to 100%. The difference between first and second grade is a full 4%, but visually it looks really small, especially when we compare it to that last graph. One of the things we work to make sure that our staff understand is not just what do the numbers mean, or here's a pretty picture, but really what does it mean? And what do we do when we're actually comparing them? So again, on that last one, the percent differences in attendance overall by level was less than 1%, but they can look very drastic. In this one, it's a larger percent difference, for example, between first and second grade, but the difference is actually a full 4%. So
did you just do that for illustrative purposes? Have that drastic a difference in the scales between the two?
Yes. Yeah. And that's this, with this being a workshop, it's just this introduction. These are some of the things that we're talking about and looking at so that our staff are able to take the data as they get it and they're able to utilize it, whether it's for attendance, for achievement, for behavior, or other sorts. So I'll open up to questions on either slide 6 or 7 with the attendance between elementary, middle, and high, or by grade level. Anything you noticed or anything that you're wondering?
I guess what I noticed was that, like you said, the numbers are remarkably similar across the grades. It's literally like 1% difference. They're already all above 90%. So I guess my question is this the area that we should be focusing our attention on when we're so close to being, completely successful? Or are there not other areas where we would get more juice for the squeeze than focusing on attendance? I guess would be my thought from this.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Others?
I think, for me on that one, being at different workshops, attendance is one of the driving forces behind all success. So if the kids are in class from the get-go, if we've created the culture to move them from grade to grade to grade, then they're going to be more successful sitting in the seat than they would be if they're not. I know it sounds pretty basic, but that's what I've heard a lot, is attendance is one of the top 3 factors in a kid's success when we look back at their career.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. If we can go ahead and sneak on to the next slide. I'll talk just a little bit about, this is actually from our K-2 regular attenders data from the 2018-2019 state report card for Newberg School District. We don't have this information because of COVID for the last couple of years, but this is the most recent one that we have. So part of kind of answering a question from before, is this where we want to spend some time? We do track attendance, and it is something that we have to report to the state. And we don't just report it, here was our average attendance for the whole district. We actually have to report it by disaggregated data. So this is actually a screenshot from the state report card, so you can take a look. And these are all the different areas that we have to break down our attendance. And so we're looking by these populations and reporting the attendance. There's a couple of pieces I want to point out here. On the left-hand side, it shows us the state average for K-2 this year, 2018-19, was 83%. The line that you see that's going vertically on the graph is at 86%. That was our school district. So we were above the state average by 3% for that year. And when we start to take a look at this, we do have attendance teams at each of our buildings that are taking a look at who is attending and who is not. And they can take a look at a graph similar to this and get an idea of who are the students who are doing a really great job regularly attending. They can look at it by grade level, like we did on that last slide. And who are the area populations that we need to maybe spend a little bit of time focusing on? Like Dave said, if we don't have students attending, they're going to have a really hard time learning, which means their achievement is also not going to be where we want it to be. So this is just an example of part of why we do this work, is because it is a way that we report to the state how we're performing as a school. So what does that mean for us? So if you'll go to the next slide. Here's what this means for us. So moving forward, our school improvement plans focus on attendance to make sure that we're getting students in school so they can learn. They can learn a lot better when they're with us. We work with our site councils. They develop attendance goals. We also have student support teams, so SST, student support teams, that do interventions. So they decide what is it that this student needs or this group of students need. And they're monitoring that data weekly or monthly to see if those attendance percentages are shifted. The other piece we want to make sure we called out was the state report cards, that Everyday Matters initiative. So I really appreciate the question about, if we're already well over 90%, what does that mean? Everyday Matters focuses on chronically absent, which chronically absent is a student missing 10% of the school year. That is 18 school days. So that is a substantial amount of time. And 1 in 6 Oregon students is considered chronically absent right now. Now, the average daily attendance, when we look at that number, 93.6, for example, that is a little bit of a trick with math because it can actually mask the students that are chronically absent. So for example, a school could have a daily attendance rate of 92% and still have 1 in 4 students chronically absent. If we have chronically absent students, their achievement is not going to be where we want it to be. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Karen, who's going to show us a little bit more about the data with our elementary achievement.
Great, thank you, Cass. And if you can move the slide forward. And so we're going to look at student achievement and 5-year trends. I know that was a request. We have a little bit of complexity in that because for 2 years, well, at least 1 year specifically, we did not get the information because of COVID. And so because of that, we have focused in on the 1 grade level at reading and the 1 grade level at mathematics, that we have 5 full years of achievement data for SBAC. And that would be the summative assessment that we do at the end of the year. We're going to be doing it again this next year, coming up right here. So go ahead and move the slide forward, please. We're going to do some prediction again. And so because this is 3rd grade, we're going to ask you what percentage do you think are meeting the state benchmarks? And when we say ELA, that's really literacy, it's reading, right? What percentage of kids in the 3rd grade in Newberg Public Schools are actually meeting the benchmark? That's one of the questions. Second question is, has 3rd grade student achievement gone up or down in the last 5 years? And why? If you have an idea about that. And then what achievement gaps do you predict? What do you, why do you think these gaps exist? And we're going to show, because again, as Cass pointed out, we report to the state with demographic information disaggregated so that it's part of how we actually get a school report card. So if you would like to take up 1 minute, we will gather back in a minute and share some, if you would like to share some of your predictions.
Karen,
Yes.
what is the top of the breakthrough percentage?
I think that there's not a clear percentage for breakthrough. It basically, we would like our percentages obviously to be higher than the state average. And right now the state average, I'm thinking to myself, you're putting me on the spot, but I'm thinking that it's hovering in the between 50 and 60%, right?
Okay, all right.
It depends district by district. Again, it's hard when you get a state average. There are districts who are doing very well and districts who are really struggling in that kind of data. Good question, though. Thank you. All right, we have about a minute down. So if anyone would like to share at least one of these, what do you predict?
I'll go first. I think that number 3 one, what achievement gaps do you predict? Why do you think these gaps exist? COVID obviously is a huge one that's been a negative.
Yeah.
That's just really turned everything upside down that nobody could have predicted. Personally, I feel like we don't read books enough and we spend too much time on computers. Screenology is a real thing, and I don't think we've looked at it hard enough. I think kids, I'd like to see us, reading books more.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll take a shot at number 1.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's being quiet there. I'll be quiet with somebody else.
Good job, Dave.
I'm going 71% on that number 1. I mean, it's just, I think our teachers are working hard to try to overcome. I know COVID's probably hit that pretty hard. And I think we've gone up on the last 5 years. Why? Trying to overcome what a lot of kids are going through at home with, then on top of that COVID, I think the focus at that level is pretty good. And the numbers I've seen at the 3rd grade level, I think those teachers are trying to put the work in there. So I think it's probably educator effort.
Thank you. All right.
I think it's also going up. I think education levels, the assessments and the various tools that the teachers are adopting are helping also to also differentiate each student's needs and addressing that.
Right. Thank you. Well, I'm going to move us on. If you can move the slide forward. Thank you, guys. It was really great. This is what the student achievement for 5 years, and I'm going to parse it a little bit here for you. So this oval shows all 3rd graders, and these are this 5 years in a row. And so you're looking at 2016 to 17 is the blue bar. The red bar is 2017 to 18. The green bar is 18-19. We have nothing 19-20 because that was COVID and we did not have assessments that year. And 2021 last year is the blue, the light blue bar. So looking at this, we were in an upward trend. And what do you think happened? What do you notice?
COVID.
I think that might be a noticing, right? And we actually disaggregate information as well. And so you're going to see down at the bottom, all third grade, and then LEP is limited English proficient. And there are 2 years that are missing there. Those years are missing because during that period of time, the 1 year was COVID, and the year prior to COVID, basically 42 students took the exam that were LEP, and none of them passed. So they were 0.
Wow.
In our special education, you're actually seeing some pretty, pretty good, although I have to say, look over here, this is 30%, right? And I know, Dave, you were hoping would be in the 70s. Over here for all third graders, we're really just a little bit over 50% of our third graders meeting benchmark at our highest point. Looking down this, the rest of the disaggregation, economically disadvantaged students, there's something really interesting here I want to point out. And it's this basically last year's light blue pillar. That is very, very high for a COVID, after COVID, for those percentages, but there's a reason for that. Because of the way the federal government paid for all students to have free and reduced lunches during that school year, which was 2021, all students were included in that data, because that's what we use to calculate economically disadvantaged. So when I first saw that, I had to really think, why is that so high? Okay. All right, can you please move it forward? Thank you. And you'll also see disaggregated data by ethnicity and race, because we do report that to the state as well. You're going to see another really high 100% under Black students. Very fascinating. I'm just going to tell you, as opposed to wondering and noticing on that, it's a very small sample size, which means it could be 1 student who passed or 2 or 3 students who passed the exam. So that's why we had such a high percentage there. Anything else you notice or you wonder from this one? All right, thank you. Can you move it forward, please? All right, this is very fascinating. This is something called formative assessment with reading, and that means that we give it 3 times a year. Remember when we presented about RTI, which is response to intervention, this is what we're doing. We're basically giving assessments in the fall, the winter, and we have 1 more to give in the spring. And if you look down at the bottom, you're going to see KG, that's kindergarten. There's first grade. There's second grade, and the one on the far end is third grade. I put an oval around that because that's the data we just viewed in terms of their end of year data. This is the formative data that we're looking at. And good news, first of all, you want green in these data sets, because that means these kids are basically meeting benchmark for their grade level. Yellow means that they're at some risk. That means they're not exactly, they're close, but they're not exactly there. And when a student is in red, that means that they are at risk, that they, by the end of the year, will not be at their grade level because of the information we're getting back from these assessments. So what do you notice? And what do you wonder when you look at this?
I'm still trying to figure out the graph, so.
Okay.
I'm catching up. I'm
That's
slow.
good. That's good, Dave. Thank you for that. So I can walk you through. You got it?
Yeah, walk me through it. I'm curious.
So on the far side, that's kindergartners, and this is actually literal student numbers. 79 kids in the fall were basically, yeah, there we go. Thank you, Tishri. We're passing or basically at benchmark. The winter window for we gave the assessment again, and that increased to 122 kids, right? And so we're making movement in kindergarten. That means that we're improving and we're hoping to get better. If you go all the way over to the right-hand side, that's third grade. And third grade is almost opposite of the first and kinder, first and second grade, or actually kinder and especially first. Because at the top, you're going to see the lowest number of students are going to be in the red zone. That means at risk. They're highly at risk. So 75 kids, right? But as you move down, you realize that 157 of them in the fall were actually at grade level, and then 175. So we're making gains in their reading skills. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And additionally, the kindergartners who are starting with us really had, they might have had a preschool, but probably did not a lot of preparation for those kinds of literacy assessments. And as you move through the grade levels, you're also going to see those green bars go up. We expect that because that means that they're getting the skills that they need as they move through the grades. We're going to report back again when we get our spring report, so we can see. Our hope is that we're going to see some pretty important movement. Okay.
Karen, on that third grade, those third grade bars, I noticed that the number of students in red didn't change, and the number of students in yellow went down by 10. So 10 of those students went from yellow to green, and the remainder of the increase in green is students who weren't in the class for the first bar coming in and passing the assessment. Is that a fair assumption?
Actually, when you look at these, you're going to see basically, it's fascinating that 75 and 75 are right there, right? It just means actually that 34 kids actually made movement, right? With 178, that basically this is a larger in the far right-hand corner. That's basically a larger number moving up. The 75 kids, many times you find, especially for the second window, that they might need more specific interventions than what we're giving them, right? They need to have different interventions in order for them to move. So we're going to be watching those numbers, especially classroom teachers, because classroom teachers get this report by their classroom and they find out where those kids can move, where they can move them and keep them moving.
Do they get the report by student?
Yeah. Yes.
So they know where each student is?
Yep. Each student, and they basically then their whole classroom, and then what they do is they do breakout interventions, small group interventions. That's what our goal for RTI is.
And just to add on to that as well, the 75 and the 75, while those numbers are equal, it might not be the exact same students.
Correct.
So maybe it's 70 are in both, but 5 of them maybe shifted to the, some at some risk and some shifted from at some risk to high risk. So it's an approximation, but we do look student by student to see who is making shifts between those. So there is more students who tested in third grade. So yes, Brian, you're reading that correctly. There's more students who tested or that came in and completed the test in winter than in fall.
Awesome. All right, we are moving. We're going to move fairly quickly, and we're only going to get through reading. So it looks as though that's going to be the case because we don't have much time left. So if you can move it forward, thank you. So this is something that got all of the literacy TOSs excited. And you never, I will tell you, literacy TOSs are wonderful, fantastic humans. And when they get excited, you pay attention because they're pretty even keeled in my experience, right? They're focusing on literacy and they're focusing on the reading skills and phonological awareness and those kinds of things. So in terms of 21-22, and this is this year's formative data for second grade, and it's a cohort. So basically cohort means they started, and Newberg is on the far left-hand side. So the first bar that you're going to see is our Newberg data. And then the one next to it is national data from the RT. Well, it's basically from DIBELS, which is what we use for RTI. So you're going to see, obviously, that there was some movement down by both nationally and in Newberg. The second set of bars is really after COVID, like we moved down. It's 2021. And then with it, a lot of interventions. And Dave, you mentioned how hard teachers worked during COVID with those small groups, with those pullouts, with those push-ins. We're really, really moving. kids, especially at the elementary levels with literacy. We saw a different trajectory for Newberg students in second grade than the national trajectory, which is always good for us to see. So good news is that this basically, we recovered, those students, those second grade students recovered their learning loss during COVID. That is not consistently across all grade levels. We're highlighting this because this is really promising practice.
Didn't the percent in red also increase though?
Okay, looking at it. Let me look at it. Whoops. All right. So 35 to 30, basically 34 to 35%. And what happens is, Cass explained, kids move in and out of the red zone, in and out of the yellow zone, in and out of the green zone.
Well, for Newberg, it's going from 32 to 34%.
32, there you go. So it went from 37 to 32 to 34. Yes. And it went from 57% in green to 56%, which is very close to closing that gap. Do we still have work to do, Brian? Yes, we do. We're not saying this is finished. In fact, not at all. This means, however, that we're seeing the response to intervention that we're expecting with those interventions. Do we still have work to do at the 34 and 35% of students at second grade, not highly at risk? Absolutely. So yes, to answer your question.
Yeah, I mean, the data just seems to suggest that the interventions we're doing are more successful for the kids in the middle than the kids who are really struggling.
Thank you, because that's the kind of noticing and wondering that helps us design new ways of engaging, especially with interventions. So thanks for that. That's something that teachers would also really pay attention to. And when they're in their PLCs, they'd look at the names of those kids in the red zone and the names of the kids in the yellow and the green, and they'd be basically pushing their own practice to figure out how to get those reticent learners to move. Still lots of work to do around that.
Hey, Karen, quick question.
Yeah.
I know we're almost out of time, so I'll make this really fast and you don't have to give
Okay.
a long answer.
Uh-huh.
It seems like our third grade teachers, which is a great year for being a kid, they would really love it if the second and first grade teachers were, bringing in kids to them that are, doing better. If we came back with a really aggressive volunteer reading program starting in kindergarten, first grade, over the next 2 or 3 or 4 years, our third grade teachers could look forward to a lot of help. But if you're a first grade teacher with 30 kids, I mean, that's overwhelming. That's a lot of kids. I'm just saying, if we had a really great volunteer program after school, whatever, I think a lot of people I would come in and help kids read at that level. By the time they get to third grade, those numbers would be drastically more green.
No, thank you.
I'm saying, easy to say that, hard to put it together. But if I was a third grade teacher, I'd sure want those second graders coming in higher and make things easier for the whole class. But 30 first graders, second graders, third graders, that's
tough.
a lot of kids.
Absolutely. And by the way, we've had really, really excellent reading programs in the elementary years for years in Newberg, and we have really gotten out of that practice. And Dave, I think that's something that would be one of those possibilities of some promising practice.
I'll volunteer.
Okay. You know what? I've used to volunteer, and so I would do it as well. Absolutely. And actually the last slide, I know we have to move for the board meeting. So if you can actually just push forward, and this is just, and in fact, I will make sure, obviously you have these slides and you can take a look at them, but we are working on curriculum alignment K-5. We're working on a new adoption so that we can really make sure that literacy is our focus and we're really pushing our kids with literacy. We're looking at instructional strategies, and interventions are specifically RTI, and the literacy toast and reading specialists are critical for that, especially at the elementary years. So thank you very much. Wish we had more time for question and answer, but this was just dipping our toe into the data world. And we will follow up with additional data sets, and especially moving into secondary as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. You guys were great.
Thanks, Cass. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're still on here. We got about
2 minutes. Any last thoughts?
At the next report, can we have some actual like numbers instead of the percentage?
So
Like we have,
like numbers.
or why do we?
Go ahead.
Yeah, the numbers of students instead of like percentage, like how many students
We can
are
include that. We can include that.
behind or absent or whatever. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we can totally do that. You can look through it through multiple lenses, right?
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Brian, were you good on my request?
I'm sorry, what request?
I was going to ask you to fill in for Trevor tonight on the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you, sir.
Stand up here.
I
I'll
don't
just
think we're there yet. I don't think we're-
intervene to say welcome to our one of our translators. Interpretation has been started, and there should be one more coming along the way.
Thanks, Greg. Tishri, are you anything to say to us?
Where should I start, Chair Brown?
Lunch.
I'm just kidding. No, just a reminder that we do have a quorum. However, this means that all votes will need to be unanimous for any business to be passed this evening, because 4 is a quorum and 4 is how many board members we have tonight. So thank you very much.
Are you ready for the pledge, Mr. Chair?
I'm thinking, we got everybody here, Tishri?
Tishri, I'm afraid you're on mute.
Sorry. Let me check and see if Maddie is here. We know that Rowan is not going to be joining us tonight.
Maddie also sent me an email that she had a family emergency come up, so she will not be here tonight.
Okay. Then I believe we are all here.
Okay, so Tishri, we're a go.
Yes.
All right, call this meeting to order, and Director Shannon's going to lead us in the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
States of America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
One nation.
under God, indivisible, with liberty
with
and
liberty
justice for
and
all.
just for all.
Thanks, Director Shannon. Appreciate that. Well, I'm just going to review the agenda really quick. Tonight's a little bit of a different meeting. We are shorthanded on board members. So Trevor DeHart and Brandy Pinner are both away on vacation. So we will also, our student reps are not here tonight. So that changes the meeting just a little bit. Just reviewing the agenda, we're going to have our public comments coming up here. We won't have any student rep comments since they are absent tonight. The consent agenda, I'll go over that. We'll have a bond update from Greg Costello. That'll be fun. I'm looking forward to that, really. We'll also have a transfer report and approve interdistrict parameters from Shannon Andreas. Old business will be the board vacancy selection process from Lisa Fraley. Public complaints from Lisa Fraley and Tyler Smith. We also have the approve the school calendar tonight from Greg Costello. Well, we will have one vote on that. I think everybody knows if you look at your board packet, there's 2 options on that one. It was laid out pretty well there, so that was a good job. Then we will recess to executive session, where we'll be going over some matters in there. We will reconvene back to regular session. We'll have some comments regarding the executive session. Board members, superintendent will make comments, future agenda items, and we'll wrap it up. So everybody ready to go?
Yes.
All right. So public comments, Lisa Fraley, are you ready to go?
I am ready, willing, and able, Chair
Thank you.
Boron. So real quickly, as I do every meeting, I go into our public comment section and I print out all the comments we've received that have been requested. As long as they've been received by 6 p.m. on Monday, there is a 2-minute limit up to the maximum of our time. My guess is it's not going to be a huge surprise to board members that some of our public comments today are focused on some personnel issues that the district is working through. While I'm aware that some of these are pretty public, which is why we're getting some of these comments, I'm going to omit, not admit, I'm going to omit names to maintain the standard process we have in terms of the integrity of the personnel and disciplinary process and investigatory process that we're in the middle of. So if there are blanks in your public comments, folks, you will understand why those blanks exist. This comment is from Guadalupe Martinez, a parent and a Newberg resident. Members of the board, 4 of you have shown that you haven't the cognitive or emotional maturity to understand the best interest of students in the district you serve. You don't rule it, you serve it. Evidently, understanding civism also eludes you. For the record, Ms. Powell, bullying happens when there is a power imbalance. You seem to be especially challenged in understanding this concept, although in fairness, it is a concept understood best by individuals with identifiable critical thinking skills. Maybe you could solicit a lecture from Mr. Brown on how the country has been soft as he preaches to a hall full of sycophants. A most appropriate description of the fragility that you and he have mistaken for bullying. Don't cry bullying about things you simply don't like. That's not bullying, even if it makes you feel uncomfortable and you come across as soft, in Mr. Brown's language. Respect is taught and modeled by adults. You said it yourself, treat others as you want to be treated. Maybe consider what a show of disdain and anger, especially on the part of students, says about you, Miss Powell. Oh, but the humility, where art thou? I digress. It's hard not to with the petulance you show. Truly, I'm writing to all district staff in the offices, in the cafeteria, in the playgrounds and hallways, on the buses in the classroom. Thank you for doing the work you do, despite the low morale that has permeated the district. A distinguished majority of you have remained constant guardians, angels, and fairy godmothers to every child in the district, on top of pandemic exigencies, on top of increasing socioeconomic emotional demands, on top of privileged, self-righteous adults, on top of lacking supportive district leadership. On top of all these factors, you have continued to prioritize the well-being and quality education of the district's children. Please keep doing what you're doing. Please speak to children about equity. Please bring them in and allow them to feel included. Please be the protection that children need every day. Thank you for balancing the comfort and discomfort of a child to ensure the well-being of all. You do good work. You teach and grow good students. And the 2 minutes is up on that one. The next one is Marta Wright. My name is Marta Wright, and I'm a lifelong resident and previous student of Dundee, Renee, and NHS. My experience with sexual education was anatomy, which is the study of body parts, and physiology, which is the functioning of those parts. I do recall hormones being covered, also which described that a rise in androgen, which turns to estrogen in girls, and testosterone in boys causes acne, hence the reason for acne, and the reason for periods and pubic hair. We were given the explanation for these changes in our body and what that means as we look forward to being responsible in our years of ability to reproduce. Going through the curriculum, all of the above was completely glanced over, if not completely ignored. It went straight into introducing intrusive thoughts and suggestions to the students that have absolutely nothing to do with actual sexual education. The videos were highly disturbing, which actually opens up an unnecessary and frankly dangerous dialect with an adult introducing it to a child, and I'm absolutely infuriated that that is being exposed to any child. I can attest that this is absolute action and result of what a pedophile's damage does to a child's mindset for the rest of their life. Anyone who promotes and supports this will face their own judgment, but those who agree with me, please help put a stop to this. For the kids' lifelong welfare, if this does not get stopped, I highly recommend you remove your child from the grips of pure evil in our schools and the public library. Thank you and God bless. This one is Jacqueline Hughes. Dear Newberg board members and Dr. Novotny, first I wish to thank each and every one of your and members of the board for your time and commitment to serving our community. Also, thank you, Dr. Novotny, for stepping in and leading our district during such a tumultuous time. I would also like to say that if helpful, I give my permission to read this email to be read at a board meeting and for this to be part of the public record. These things need to be said. I'm one of the many parents who have sat back and watched this debate and have observed the behavior of those involved. Having said that, I'm beyond disappointed in ongoing personal attacks. The ad hominem criticisms targeted at those with differing viewpoints add nothing to the discussion. Often the adults in the room are failing to be just that, and the example we are setting for students will not make for a better and more welcoming society. I am a parent of 3 children in the Newberg School District and within the Mountain View boundary. In the 2020 school year, I pulled my then first grader out to homeschool. The March-June distance learning experience showed me how woefully inadequate it was for younger children. I say this while acknowledging the amazing work and sacrifices of our teachers. They were given a Herculean task, if ever there was one. I want to be clear, the teachers did not fail, the state and its systems did miserably. Now as we together deal with trying to recompensate for the repercussions to our children for these past 2 years, 2 individuals thought it was wise to make an unprofessional and rude TikTok, regardless if it was posted to a personal account. It's on a public platform. Aren't we as adults constantly telling children to be careful of what they post and share? Shouldn't know this at the very least. Now to the thoughtless content of the video. I understand they don't agree with the new policies. I'm sure a lot of the students they cancel don't agree with some of the policies they enforce either. Do they counsel students to tell authority figures F you? And I ran out of time. Next one is from, and I'm probably going to not say this correct, Tiza Robbins. I have a huge problem with this. Please tell me are being removed from the school district. This is clear evidence that staff and teachers are blatantly not following the rules. This is so inappropriate and disruptive for a school setting for so many different reasons. Next is Jason Records. This is uncalled for and unprofessional with someone associated with a school doing something like this and on school property. It's very disrespectful to people and parents of Newberg Dundee school children. There should be consequences for this. I would recommend terminating of employment for these 2 people as opposed to sweeping it under the rug and ignoring it. Diane Pine, who performed in a TikTok video from within a school building. I'm sick at what these 2 did on school grounds, but also who knew and did nothing or should have known. What else is going on in our schools that are not reported, which leads me to believe there is no one looking out for our children and grandchildren. It has put a bad light on our schools and our town. When did learning and teaching become the last thing school practices? Who's in charge anyway? How did this happen in school? Who hired? Who does the hiring in schools? What damage have they done with their unprofessional behavior? With poor judgment like this, how many children were hurt by their views? I have grandchildren and a grandniece in the Newberg schools whose parents are concerned with what they hear and see. What will you do? Isn't it time to think of the children? Those should lose their jobs. Christina Lakey, who performed in a TikTok video from within a school building was appalling to me. These individuals should not be around kids at all, let alone counseling them. They should be fired immediately. Alan Goodwin. I was shocked to see the videos on TikTok that displayed complete disrespect to our community. Had this been a video opposing the LGBTQ+ movement, those would have been terminated immediately and even had charges brought against them. This video should not go unpunished. These need to be removed from their position. My children have been in Newberg Public Schools from start to finish. I still have one in high school, and I can't wait for him to leave the Newberg education system. I'm so thankful that I don't have little ones coming up through our school district. This video reminds me that it's no longer a safe, unbiased, inclusive environment where every child is treated equal. The hate displayed in the video cannot be allowed in our schools, especially by protesters who are paid to work with our children. School board members, this is from Bridget Weislogel. Boy, I probably really butchered that one. Sorry, Bridget. Dear school board members, I'm writing in regards to who put up a TikTok video, which you know of what I'm referring to. Really, these two aren't fired yet. My husband and I have 3 grown children, 2 grandchildren. If they were I wouldn't want either of them to share 1 minute with our children, nor any child. I wouldn't help but wonder what harm they'd already done. These two show such disrespect and disdain, and in such a vulgar way toward the very population they serve, and they aren't fired. If they receive only a slap on the hand, what does that say about how we as a community value our children? What standards our school district has set in regards to who we put in charge over our children. People who work with children need to form a respectful partnership with the families, with the parents, as they are here to serve them, not to take their place or usurp parental authority nor degrade it. If they are only given a slap on the hand and allowed to return to school, won't this set a precedent? The real issue is their example and influence in the lives of students. I would not want either one of those two to have an opportunity to spend a moment with my children or grandchildren. Really, I can only imagine the harm they've already done. They need to make a public apology to the school population, be removed from their ability to work with young people. Please do not allow them to return to school. This is from Elaine Cascala. Dear board members, I recently ran across an article I saved from 2018. The article was reporting on a study exploring Russian troll accounts. The study was surprised to find a high number of tweets about vaccine. Here is the information directly from the article. For the study, the researchers collected and analyzed nearly 1.8 million tweets from July 2014 through September 2017. While examining those vaccine-related tweets, the researchers discovered many bot accounts, including content polluters, which are accounts that disseminate malware or unsolicited commercial content. The researchers also uncovered a wide range of hidden online agendas. When it came to the Russian troll accounts, the researchers found 253 tweets containing the hashtag #VaccineUS hashtag among their sample. Among those tweets was the hashtag 43% were pro-vaccine, 38 were anti-vaccine, and the remaining 9% were neutral. By posting a variety of anti-pro and neutral tweets and directly confronting vaccine skeptics, trolls, and bots legitimized the vaccine debate. The researchers wrote the study. This is consistent with the strategy of promoting discord across a range of controversial topics, a known tactic employed by Russian troll accounts. Such strategies may undermine the public health. Normalizing these debates may lead to the public to question long-standing scientific consensus regarding vaccine efficacy, they wrote. Did you catch that? Before the beginning of the pandemic, Russia was using bots to stoke division about vaccines on social media accounts. It sure did work. 4 years after this study, 4 members of a majority school board in Newberg, Oregon, used anger, ignorance, and division about vaccines and masks as a method to keep themselves in power, campaigning with extremist organization Free Oregon. Who is Free Oregon? Free Oregon, they are an extremist organization that denies science and whose members question the results of the 2020 election. Next is Shyla Jasper. Russian-driven divisions don't stop with vaccines. In another article titled, How Russia Used Social Media to Divide Americans, it is clear that this board, along with others on the extreme right, have fallen for every wedge issue Russia has pushed from that article. And then there's some quotes from that article. What has now been made clear is the Russian trolls and automated bots used social media to sow social divisions in America by stoking disagreement and division around a plethora of controversial topics. The overreaching goal, analysts say, is to expand and exploit divisions attacking the American social fabric where it is most vulnerable along lines of race, gender, class, and creed. The broader Russian strategy is pretty clear about destabilizing the country by focusing on and amplifying existing divisions. Quote, exploit divisions attacking the American social fabric where it's most vulnerable along lines of race, gender, class, and creed. There's a description of the Newberg School Board, if I've ever heard one. For Russia, the ultimate test of whether they have divided Americans is happening right now in Ukraine. Fortunately, so far, Americans are mostly united in disgust and in their belief that dictatorship built around Putin should not, unprovoked, be attacking a democracy on their border. For us here in Newberg, the ultimate test is still going on. Will the majority board continue driving a wedge of fear and ignorance into the issues of race, gender, class, and creed? Will the three Christians continue to take their direction from the white nationalists on the board? How long will it take Newberg to realize that stoking these divisions is hurting us, especially us who don't fit into the white or Christian ideology? It doesn't have to be this way. We can build a school district where white people and Christians thrive and learn along BIPOC people and non-Christians. We don't have to fall for Russian propaganda on the wedge issue. It will take a board willing to be democratic in their approach, not authoritarian. It will take a board willing to listen to all students, parents, staff of the Newberg School District, not just the ones in their own little echo chamber. Next.
Lisa.
Yes.
Put that in for a second. I just want to say, no one on this board is a white nationalist. And for anyone to accuse anyone on this board of that is just, it's disgusting. It's inflating something that is a real problem into something that is meaningless. If you accuse everyone of being racist, then that term loses all meaning. Thank you.
Okay. I'm moving on to the next one, which is from Yvette. Dear school board members, in regards to the recent unprofessional videos, I would like to recommend dismissal from their position. The situation you're facing seems overwhelming with the sheer amount of staff turnover. It would seem tempting to turn a blind eye to just keep Newberg School District afloat with bodies. I have been a business owner for the past 30 years. Ask any leader what the most damaging mistake they have made. It will usually be divulged that keeping toxic individuals in their positions when they know they should let them go. This decision can be grueling, one for many reasons, but the cost to keep them is always higher than letting them go. Teachers, coaches, leaders are so important in the formation of our society. I'm overwhelmingly discouraged at the level of disrespect that was displayed. There is incredible influence on these Newberg kids. What message does it send to the kids if get away with it and have no natural consequences? Not a good one. I wonder, because of the fragility of the current culture within the district, would it be feasible to give the staff a voice? What would they say is appropriate actions based on evidence? I wonder if their peers, if given an anonymous way to share insight, if they would do the right thing. Just a thought for you on the board. And then there's a prayer that this person has put here. Dear Heavenly Father, as you know, our community and our school district is in quite a battle. Lord, my heart's desire is that you would give this school board your perfect wisdom, insight, and discernment as they continue to make big decisions. I pray for each of the members to seek your counsel before making decisions, humble their hearts, open their eyes and ears to you, align them with your will. Please give them clarity and a path forward to rebuild a school district that will be strong and excellent in preparing for life. Our hearts are to find a way to do this in a way that all people involved will feel valued and respected. Only you can restore relationships to heal what is broken. And my 2 minutes is up. There we go. Next is Kim Gomez. Dear Dave, school board members, I'm a concerned parent, grandparent, community leader, longtime resident here in Newberg, Dundee. It is very disturbing to see two professionals who were hired to work with young people in their school and use their influence in this way that is not appropriate for any child, youth, or adult. I want to remind you they are Newberg school employees who are paid by taxpayer and use of their school classrooms we pay for. This should not be happening at all on any school grounds by any professional teacher, administrator, or staff. They should not be paid to post inappropriate videos that were paid for by us, the taxpayers. There's a name there, blank, are hired to help and guide students who may be struggling or need assistance to navigate positive steps toward their future. These two misuse their skills to hinder and have caused great division and unprofessionalism in the Newberg schools. I know that if I had done any of this at my employment, I would have been terminated immediately. I do think they both need to get counseling for their own issues and not be allowed to influence any more youth in our school district. They need to be terminated immediately. Our youth have gone through a great deal these past couple of years with the pandemic and need solid guidance, support, and direction for their future. Parents need to be involved, know what is being taught, what kind of leaders we have influencing our children and youth. Please consider the children and youth when you are making your decision. Thank you. Joyce and John Bonham. Start. Board members, what does this behavior say to our children? Aren't, and teachers as well, supposed to set an example for our students? How does this behavior teach them to be respectful citizens? There is a way to disagree with things we don't like or agree with without being vulgar and disrespectful. My name is Sarah Morgan. I'm an NPS alumni and a parent of 3, an active volunteer and a substitute teacher of 15 years. I want to come to you and inform you of some amazing parent voices we have within our district. Have you heard of the Newberg SEAC? SEAC. We are a parent collaboration with the Newberg School District supporting families of children receiving special education services. It is a group I've been working with on some level since 2016. It has been a great way for parents to come together, help guide our district with their voices. Our 2 previous superintendents have been at the table with us, working to support the needs of our students. We hope our new superintendent will be just as eager to be part of our community in this way. As a parent of a child with Down syndrome who has spent 9 years in the Newberg school systems, I'm very aware of how much growth we have made to support all students. But we also still have work to do. In many ways, my daughter was a trailblazer in this district. We were able to work with staff to make sure she remained a constant part of her community and classroom around every turn. In her early years, this was not the norm. I come to you tonight to let you know I would be happy to visit with any one of you, share our story, answer any questions you may have about our special education journey in MPS. I want to encourage all of you to tap in and be a part of some of the amazing parent communities, hear their voices, recognize all they do for our children and students, and support them if possible. There is a huge amount of parents and community members working to support our schools in so many ways every single day. They have trudged through these last 2 years, struggling with ways to be involved, raise money, and support our kids, but they have constantly been recreating the wheel and working to deliver smiles, sensory needs, educational support, and whatever you need. This week, we celebrate World Down Syndrome Day. Every day on 3/21, we celebrate and promote awareness of those born with 3 of the 21 chromosomes. 2 minutes is up there. Hello, board members. Considering the disrespect for our school district and the negative influence on children, I sincerely hope who posted the TikTok videos using disgusting hand gestures, etc., will be dismissed from their job. They may be good at their job out there. There are excellent employees out there who will respect the adult taxpayer and payers who pay their salaries. Sincerely, Beth Molzon. To the Newberg School Board. I was shocked and saddened to see the Newberg TikTok. They sent such a message of hate to the students, parents, and school district and community they should be working to serve. The message in the video was clear. Are flipping the bird to all that do not align with their political and personal views. These employees are defying the ban on political symbols and mocking anyone that thinks differently. Their actions promote an ulterior motive, demonstrate why these political symbols are disruptive in the school environment. They express their political beliefs in doing so. They work on indoctrinating children as a form of political action. The video is evidence of how employees displaying political symbols such as flags in the classroom are insincere about the goal to teach children to be respectful of differences. The actions of these employees are that of a social activist, abusing their position of authority. Their actions further demonstrate that they do not want to work in an environment that does not give the ability to indoctrinate students and share political views. These actions are blatantly displayed in the TikTok. In most work environments, these 2 would have been terminated immediately. Their actions reflect the inability to be trusted in working within their position or to follow the set district policies. For the protection of our children, I believe their employment should be terminated. Thank you, Terry Jo Span. There is another one submitted by Marta Wright. I'm absolutely sick and tired of the ridiculous actions from school staff. I will not beat around the bush on this. You people are hired and paid to do a job. That job is to be examples to our children. I'm not even referencing the curriculum that is being taught. Your actions are appalling, absolutely asinine, and in no way an example that should be in front of kids who are teaching to respect others. I am demanding that any paid and volunteer staff member that does this on and off school grounds should be immediately escorted off school grounds and fired. I believe wholeheartedly that we lead by example, whether we are on the clock or off. You are no example we want. And that, Chair Brown, is the last of our comments for this meeting.
Well, that was, thanks a lot, Lisa. Wow. Okay. Well, everybody gets to call in and say what they want. I appreciate everybody calling in. I guess I would just say that, you know, people get to call in and sometimes they voice most of the time it's their opinion. I guess I would highlight Sarah Morgan there, the parent that called in. It's fun to hear somebody call in and be positive about wanting to get together and move one of our programs farther. Sarah, I'll try to reach out to you, and you know, for sure the school district will be there for the kids. Anyway, yeah, kind of I'll just be quiet from there. Moving on to the consent agenda now. You know, we got through that one there. We always have some great people out there that are more than willing to be very generous with the school district. And so I like to read these because I think it's important that we, you know, not just vote on this consent agenda and move it forward. So the first one was a $772 donation that really benefited the NHS football program for DeLon LLC. It was all the jerseys, the dry cleaning and laundry service, super generous of DeLon LLC. So thank you very much for that. And the second one would be from Burger International Memorial Donation. And that was $500. And that was going from Oregon FFA Foundation. And our FFA program at the high schools had a long-standing tradition of being excellent. And I know that's a great donation for them. So thank you to the Burger International Memorial donation on that and Oregon FFA Foundation. So appreciate that very much. I don't have something on my sheet here about voting on that consent agenda, Tishri. I didn't see that at the bottom on that, but I think we need to vote on that. Is that correct?
Yeah, there is a sample motion on the bottom of page 5, Chair Brown.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. That passes 4-0. Thank you very much. I just didn't have that printed out there, so thank you, Dr. Novotny. Okay, as we move through that one, we are up next. Greg, are you ready to go on the bond update?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Chair Brown, and good evening, school board members and Dr. Novotny. I am really excited to have the chance to share with you tonight about our construction bond. I'm so grateful to our community for approving this bond and for the work that's being done to make this all happen. So what I want to do tonight is just give you kind of a big picture view of where we are, because I haven't had a chance to do this to the board for quite a while, and we're getting to a very exciting part of the process where a lot of construction is going to be starting right as school ends this year. So I want to move through that, and I'll give a space for questions at kind of each of the major projects, and then again at the end as you have those. So just to kind of bring us back to what the process has been through this whole journey for us. We had the voters in November of 2020 approved a $141 million construction bond. And we are, again, so grateful for the community support. They've been for decades good supporters of our schools. This is the only way in the state of Oregon to fund any kind of building improvements is through a construction bond process. And this is the largest one that Newberg Schools has ever had. And what will that money be bringing us? It's going to be bringing us upgrades at all schools, starting with deferred maintenance, which is not very exciting to talk about, but it's incredibly needed because our buildings have to last for a long time. And there are a lot of issues going on. So we have been able to begin that work already, as we'll see in just a little bit. We are able to get safety and security improvements at every one of our schools by the time this bond is completed. We'll be able to get CTE, which stands for Career Technical Education, and STEAM improvements, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And those are core parts of education that we are going to be developing K-12 to give all of our students a bunch of pathways to different careers in their lives, and excited for the ways that the bond will support this work. And also to bring at every school flexible learning spaces. As education has progressed over the years, one of the things teachers really want is the ability to get students in different groupings, sometimes combining with other classes, sometimes smaller groups with their students, to be able to do hands-on projects. And so we'll be looking at being able to put spaces for those in all of our buildings throughout the district. And then the big projects coming up, we'll have a new Dundee Elementary School built. We'll have a new cafeteria and kitchen, and replacing our portables at Edwards Elementary with permanent classrooms. There'll be a new wellness center that's located at the high school, but will serve all students in the district. We will be able to remodel science classrooms and all of the CTE classrooms at Newberg High School, and we'll be able to make an addition at Catalyst High School. So one of the things that we did through this process is how then did this all work out? We go through this process where when the bond was approved, that basically is the authorization from taxpayers for the district to take out a loan. That's what bonds are. And then that the taxpayers will pay back the payments on those. And when we went to actually sell those bonds, it was really the perfect time economically. Interest rates were at a place that kind of like when you're buying a home and you sometimes buy points to get a lower interest rates. Everybody who was investing in school bonds wanted to do that. So they paid extra to kind of buy things down. And that's what's called the bond premium. We also, pretty unexpectedly, because we were told when we were originally on the May 2020 budget ballot that we would not be able to get the awesome grant from the state. When we moved to November 2020 and passed, we received that grant from the state. So all told, what that meant is taxpayers are still paying exactly what we promised as far as what the payments will be for their taxes, but we get 22 million extra dollars because of the favorable interest rates and things and that grant. And so that's been really exciting for us. So the next step for us was then to hire a design firm. And when we went through the process as a district, we heard a lot of presentations from the companies that bid on being our architect. And the standard model of that is these companies, these architecture firms will come in and they'll start at the district level and they'll work with the district office and a design team that they set up. They'll set the parameters and the goals for the project. The architect will go back and draw. And it's only at that point that most of the companies get staff and community feedback on designs. And one of the reasons we chose brick architecture and hired them to do this is their model is completely different. It turns that whole thing upside down. They want to listen first. They want to get input first to hear from community, staff, parents, and figure out what is best for these processes. So that was the first thing that they did when we hired them, is from February to April in 2021, I think we had 16 different listening sessions that had all kinds of people involved, staff and students and parents and community and business partners. And the way that they facilitated that was just fantastic, because they listened to all that data, they got it into a written format, and it's established the principles that we then had through the rest of the bond process, and that continues to this day. The next step then was to develop design teams for each of the major projects. And again, those were composed of staff and students and community and business partners to be able to work through the designs of each of these, taking all of the input from the listening sessions and saying, all right, how do we make this in this particular project, make the best building we can? So that happened through May and June of 2021. And it's only then that the architects put pixels on the screen, or pen to paper, whichever metaphor you want to use, to actually do some drawings at that point. And once then they had those original ideas, then we came back to folks again, and we had focus groups all through September, and then again in November, and then again in January, depending on the projects, where we got a lot more detailed feedback from primarily from the staff who were using the newly designed rooms, because they were going to be the ones who would understand what needed to happen in those rooms and could give the best detailed feedback on the designs. And so all through that process, then the designs get refined and adjust to the staff and the community feedback that we receive there. So that's the process that we've been through. And one of the reasons I've been so grateful for this process, because BRIC has really led us through something that has helped us get the best product by casting the net wide and getting a lot of input from people on these things. So then, as I'm sure you've all heard, with the pandemic, with supply chain issues, with all kinds of things, construction costs are at an all-time high. And the other issue is the supply chain issues make lead times on getting materials really long on different things. So what are the results? There was a Newberg graphic article that said we were curtailing things, and I want to just be incredibly loud and clear that we are absolutely committed to delivering everything that we promised to voters, and we are on track to do that. We have been very conservative with our budget. The quote that kind of came about that was, when we had the bond premium with so much extra money, we started doing some extra dreaming on some of these projects of things we might be able to do. And those are the places we had to cut back a bit. We have always made it a priority to deliver what we promised to voters for all these projects. We've been very conservative with our reserves and decisions at every step of the way in this process. And the company that we've hired to really do that is called the Owner's Representative. And we hired Cornerstone Management Group to do this, who's got experience, 30 years of experience across the state doing all kinds of these bond projects and managing the construction. And they are hard and firm with our budget to hold us on track with that. So we have lost some of our dreams, like I said, but we are delivering incredible improvements everywhere. So schedule, just want to give you an idea of what things have already happened and how things will be happening as we move forward. We began last summer, almost a year ago, doing some of the work on maintenance, because that was stuff that we had prioritized and ready to go for a long time. And we started with HVAC work, heating and ventilation and air conditioning, because for those of you who've been long-standing school board members for like the last 5 and 7 years, most of the time when we would get complaints in the past, it was about cold rooms all over the district. And a lot of that was needing to improve our HVAC system, which we've already done. And things are already going to continue to be going in different places as we move forward. But that work began last summer and continues. The other big thing that we did was hire roofing consultants who evaluated every single roof in the district. And we had those professionals prioritize for us which were the ones most in need, because there are a lot of issues kind of in all of our buildings that we've been working on. And so we've got kind of the official professional estimate of what should be tackled when. And we're doing some of that work this summer, starting with Crater and some of the other projects. And what we will kind of do throughout the project is get through the major things, and whatever stuff is left at the end of the bond, we'll come back and tackle as many of these roofs and other maintenance items as we are able to do. The Wellness Center is another part of the bond. That renovation began this spring and will be finished at the end of the summer. And that has been going well. This summer, what we've got are the summer 2022 projects. These you are all aware of, because Larry Hampton, our operations and safety coordinator, has brought those to you for approval as we've hired the different contractors for that. So those projects are beginning to do the safety and security work at these schools, which primarily is changing the entrances, making things not only safer, but also more welcoming to our families, so it doesn't feel like you have to buzz in and kind of entering a prison kind of a system, but being able to feel more face-to-face and welcoming. And also putting in some covered play or PE space areas in these schools. So we're doing that at Crater and Chehalem Valley this summer, Ewing Young, and Mountain View. And then on this slide, there's just some things in parentheses that are unique to the different locations there. At Crater and Chehalem Valley Middle School, we're resurfacing the entire parking lot, which is greatly in need and will be a big improvement. And we're also doing some of the CTE work a little bit early by refurbishing the wood shop at Chehalem Valley, so that the high school can use that space for their CTE program while they're under construction for all of next school year. Ewing Young, we're putting in a generator out there. You may remember some notices we had to send out. Whenever we lose power at Ewing Young, it is out in the country. They are on a septic system and a well system. And when we lose power, we lose both of those things, which means we can't run our bathrooms more than about an hour. And so we're putting a generator in there to make sure that we can keep school going even if power goes down. And that's going to be a huge improvement to delivering education to students out there. Mountain View Middle School, the only thing that's happening there this summer is renovation of culinary arts classroom in there. Originally, that was going to be so that the high school could move over there. Now the high school is doing a different plan with culinary arts, but that's happening there this summer. I'm not going to go into any more details on those projects because, like I said, you've heard those come through the board already through this presentations, and want to spend the rest of the time focusing on the three major projects that start this summer and then Dundee Elementary. We'll begin at the end of this summer, Edwards Elementary addition, the addition at the high school, the addition at Catalyst, and those will all be completed and open for the fall of 2023, with the possible exception of Catalyst. One of the things that we recognized as a cost-cutting measure is rather than lead times is one of the issues that's driving up costs. If contractors have to make a certain date, then their bids go up because they know they've got to struggle with procurement of these different items. So what we recognize from Catalyst is everything that we're doing there is new. It's not replacing new stuff, and it doesn't interfere with the building that is already there. So we are putting that out to bid actually next week, I believe. And we're leaving the closing date of that open to even into second semester in the hopes of being able to get better pricing on the bids for that process. And I appreciated Cornerstone coming up with that thoughtful and creative solution to try and help us stay on budget. But the rest of those will definitely be open and ready to go fall of 2023. And then in summer 2023, we'll be doing projects at almost every school in the district. For the ones who've had work done this summer, we'll be coming back and doing CTE STEAM improvements and flexible learning improvements. And for the others, Maple Rush, Joanne, Austin, and Mountain View Middle School will be doing the safety and security improvements and the playground PE space things that are being done at the schools this summer. And then for the new Dundee Elementary, that will start construction sometime in the late winter or early spring of 2023 and should be open for fall of 2024 on their project. So that's our schedule coming up, and now we'll work our way through each of these projects. Edwards Elementary, I'm at my office, so it's just right out here that this is going to be going on. And what we'll be doing is demolishing the separate building that is next to the district office on 6th Street that holds the kitchen and cafeteria and music classrooms, and we'll be completely replacing that. The reason for that is back in 2018, when we did our facilities assessment, that was the building that was the worst in the district as far as structure, and it was a no-brainer as we went through the bond development process that this is a much more cost-effective to replace this entirely than to try to remodel it. Another big part of this addition is we have a lot of portables at Edwards because Edwards has grown a lot over the years due to the dual language program. And we will now be able to have all of our classrooms in permanent classrooms and get rid of those portables. And then we'll be able to do some upgrading and improve the interior of the current school building. And we'll have a new makerspace, which is some of that CTE creative hands-on learning kind of space. And one of the big ones I wanted to highlight for the board that we heard in our feedback that we weren't even aware of in the bond development process is how difficult the special education space is at Edwards and has been for a long time. They just don't have enough space there for the number of students that they have. And so we're able to do some significant renovation in the building to give them the space they need for the amount of students that they have. So we'll go through some overviews. I'm sorry, Rebecca, for them being visual, but this just gives an idea of how things are going, and we'll zoom in on this a little bit. So kind of on the right side is the current existing school. At the top on the right, you can see the district office is there, and we'll be adding 2 new buildings. And what these do are preserve the playground that is in place at Edwards that was put in with huge parental effort and community donations and just opened about a year ago. And so we didn't want to displace that or ruin that. And it was not more expensive to build two different buildings. We asked all those cost estimates to make sure that that was the case, and they were coming in equivalent. So we said, well, then let's preserve that playground and make sure we do this, honor the work that's already been done. So we'll go into details on this, but the north one has the new cafeteria and kitchen wing and the music classrooms. The new classrooms to replace the portables will be down at the south end. And then you can see the markers where the new makerspace will be inside the current school, and where we will do renovation to make better special ed room for that school. This is a closer up view of the new north wing that we're calling it. The green shows you where the new cafeteria will be, right next to the kitchen. The kitchen is larger than our normal elementary school kitchens because Edwards does double duty. They are a kitchen that serves our summer meal program, and they also allows us, by making a little bit larger kitchen, to help relieve some pressure at our other schools and transport things out there. The other thing we're doing in this building is some more resiliency planning in this. I could go into a lot of details, but basically level 3 is code. We're going to level 4 so that these will be occupied after any foreseeable kind of disaster, and having a kitchen and cafeteria available for the city to use in any kind of a disaster is something we really want to be able to offer and partner with our community. The blue shows you the two new music classrooms that will replace the classrooms that we are losing. The red is going to be our welcome center. They are currently housed in the basement of the district office, and giving them their own space with their own entrance is going to be a huge improvement, and something we heard a lot from community feedback that would be helpful. And then the orange ones are two new preschool rooms. They currently are housed in the space in the Edwards building, where we are going to remodel and make it special education space. And so that's what the new plan is looking like for the north one. For the south end with the classrooms, there's 5 classrooms that are going to be built in that area. The orange are our counselor offices, which currently are kind of subpar. This will give them a much better place to do even small group work that they do regularly. And then the blue area is an extended learning or flex learning space that will give these teachers a great space to be able to do interactive work and connections there. And then these are some views of what the outside will be looking like, just the latest renderings of how things will be going. So this is on the south end of the school. We'll be able to do some painting and sprucing up of the current school. And then you can see the new building on the left. There will be a mural there. It will not be that. That's just a placeholder. We haven't made the design of the mural at all. So just want to be clear about that. This is what the north cafeteria wing will look like from 6th Street as you're coming in. Just really smart and clean, and with the bright yellow accents, we've really appreciated how these things will be looking. And then just some ideas here of what kind of the inside of Edwards is going to look like to really just improve that with just bright colors. And this is looking back at the entrance, or as folks will be coming into the school. We'll be able to do some painting and what they call wayfinding throughout the building. We'll have they're incredibly thoughtful from Brick of just working through all of these different pieces to make everything come together. So just wanted to give you some of those pictures to give you an idea. It's not going to look exactly like this. I promise these things change almost on a weekly basis, but it does give you an idea of what we're aiming for. Okay, that's a lot of talking. Any questions on the Edwards Elementary Edition or something on the schedule or anything that I've gone over so far?
I had, thanks, Greg, for that. That was a lot of good information. Could you tell me more about the Wellness Center and what that is, and what that is going to look like?
Yes.
And then I had another question too after that.
Okay. The Wellness Center is something that we've started several years ago with community partnerships with a lot of different organizations. Michaela Schemp started that work, and Luke Neff continued that work, where it's been a great place to to make sure that our students have access to what they call payer blind mental health care. And we have developed relationships with Providence. We developed relationships with Yamhill County Health to ensure that we have mental health therapists now at every one of our schools. And the Wellness Center has been housed in the high school for a couple of years as kind of the resource place to where students can go and find a way to get connection if they're dealing with depression. They can do counselors in our schools know how to refer them. And what it does is, if a student has insurance, it's able to cover that. If they don't have insurance, there are ways that we can work with our partners so that there's not any cost to those students or those families involved. And so what we're doing with the Wellness Center is having a space for them to do that, as well as now working on we've got an amazing opportunity that Luke Neff worked on before he resigned and took another position. But he's done some amazing work with Providence here in town with the folks who really want to provide not only the mental health side, but the medical side of things. So there'll be some medical exam rooms and doctors and PAs available for students to be able to get help with all kinds of health issues that they are dealing with. And what we've found, this is going to be completely voluntary. It's just providing a service for anybody who wants it. Many families have their own access to healthcare, and that's great, and that will continue. A lot of our students don't have access to regular preventative healthcare, and we really want to make sure that with our partners that is available to them. Partnering with Providence means that we stay away from some of the things that are concerning in other health centers because there's not any issues of contraceptives or those kind of things because they're a Catholic organization, and we're excited to have them as a sponsor.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had the privilege of touring the middle schools. And I noticed at the Mountain View Middle School, the outside basketball space out in the back was in really bad shape. And is there any way that is going to be addressed? Hopefully maybe this summer that we can address that and make it better. It looked really kind of unsafe for kids to be playing on.
Yeah, we've been aware of that one for a long time and actually have been talking about that with the bond process since last fall. It will not be done this summer, but that is on our list of projects and is the process of, we've got a whole big prioritized list and are working through, we're at a big phase now where all of these major projects are going out to bid over the next month. And once we have those locked in so that we know what our costs are going to be, then we're going to be able to assign some of our contingency funds from the bond and address some of these other projects like the one on Mountain View as well as others across the district.
Great, thanks. Yeah, we noticed a lot of stuff at Mountain View that needed looking at. So
yep.
All right,
And just so folks know, probably we wrestled long and hard in the bond development process in 2019. It was a really difficult decision between, do we replace Dundee Elementary or do we replace Mountain View? Dundee won, so to speak, for a variety of reasons, including kind of what they call this, they have this score of how things, the cost of replacement versus refurbishment. And it was a higher one on Dundee, which is why we went with that place. But Mountain View is definitely the next one in line for future bonds. So we are definitely very aware of the concerns at Mountain View and doing everything we can for maintenance, but also thinking long-term that working to figure out how to replace that in a future bond cycle.
Thank you.
Any other questions on Dundee or on Edwards or previous things that I've done so far? All right, thank you for being patient with my many words. We've got a couple more though that I want to go through so you can see them. Newberg High School, there's an addition and renovation. And so one of the things that we originally thought of in the bond development process was just to renovate the science rooms that are in what we call Sector F in the main building, and then renovate buildings J and H, which is where all of our CTE spaces are. As we got into the process and as we looked at the goal of all of these is to build buildings that can last for 100 years, because we have 10 buildings in our district. We do bonds historically about every 10 years. So that means only one building is replaced every bond cycle. And that means 100 years buildings have to last. And our structural engineers that were consulting started to be concerned that simply renovating buildings J and H were not going to be able to sustain the long way of that they needed to do. And so we made the decision in the design process to demolish those buildings and replace it with a 2-story addition. And one of the amazing things about this is how listening to the community and listening to students and listening to folks helps us see things that are really important. And a high priority was recognizing we don't want all of our students to be on a college track. We want our students to be on the track that fits who they are and their goals in life. And we recognize that we've done a great job over the last 10 years of really improving those CTE offerings, but our students don't know about them because they're kind of off in this building J and H kind of out of the way. And unless you choose to go out there, you don't see some of the cool stuff that is going on. And so by demolishing and building a 2-story building there, moving all of the science classrooms out to that new building, what that creates is every student has to take science. So every high school student is going to be walking out into this new building. And as you'll see when we get to the plans, they will see the CTE space and see the cool stuff that's going on there, the welding and the building and the construction and all that kind of stuff. And our hope with that is to really open eyes for new people and go, oh, I could do that. I could do that and I could feel great about that. And so that's part of the design and listening feedback process that has really expanded us and helped us see things that we didn't have in mind. So this new 2-story building is going to have all new science classrooms. It's going to have all new CTE classrooms. For those of you who know the school, it will connect with a walkway from the West Commons. So people will just walk directly from the high school out onto the 2nd floor of this new building and be able to enter that and see all the things that are going on. And all of our students, again, will be able to physically walk past our CT options and see what's there. And we're really excited about how that will build those programs over time. And then what that means is we get to renovate sector F, where our current science classrooms are, and we can have our nursing program, computer science, culinary arts, graphic design, business, and all of those kind of things get renovated space that really meets their needs. So this is kind of a bird's eye picture of what's going on. The big white blob on the right is the existing school, and the L-shaped white blob in the middle is the new construction of the 2-story building that's going on. We will keep the greenhouses that are already in place, and it gives you an idea of where currently now there's like, it's not a very pretty part of our campus. It's a really steep hill. It's covered with ivy and old retaining walls and fences, and it's not a very pleasant place. And so the design is going to give walkways that are easy to get through there, some gathering areas for students to be outside, and it's going to make that whole area a much more attractive and usable part of our campus. So we're really excited about that. And then to get a little bit closer view of what's going on, this is kind of the floor plan inside. The circle on the right is sector F, the parts that will be renovated in the old current building. And then on the left, you've got a first floor plan and a second floor plan. And we're going to look at those a little more closely here on this next one. Oh, no, we're not. I lied. There we go. One of the exciting things for the science classrooms is a new model that is that our science teachers are excited about. Currently, the model you and I probably went to school with is you have a science classroom where you do all your labs and you do all of your lecture, you do everything in one classroom. And that's currently how we have things at the high school. And what education theory has found is that, you know, if you make more specialized places, you can do a lot cooler things. And so what you see with the yellow is we'll have 8 new science classrooms, and those are primarily lecture based. And then the orange, there are 4 orange science labs, and those will be able to be much more specialized. Basically the teachers can work together at coordinating lab time in there, and it really lets the space be more designed for whatever activity is going on at the moment. The blue is where we're going to have our engineering classroom. That'll be on the upstairs level. And the green is where the walkway will be coming across from the West Commons of the new building. And you can see that so if you're coming on the green from the building, on your left is going to be where the new major CTE rooms are going to be. And you'll be able to kind of look through windows from a higher level down on these story and a half space there and be able to see all the stuff that they're doing in that classroom. And that's the part we're really excited about. The bottom floor has got the red area, which is our agriculture room. There's going to be a garage door from there that goes right out to the greenhouse for easy access for those classrooms. And then our metal shop and our manufacturing, which will have our Tiger Manufacturing student-led business, and wood shop is down there as well. So that's an idea of what we've got coming up at the high school. And then just some, again, renderings that probably are not exact yet. They will keep changing, but just to give you an idea of what this will look like, it'll be just a really attractive thing. This is from the south parking lot as you'll kind of look at this space instead of the old buildings H&J, where we'll have this really beautiful and exciting building that's there. This is what the walkway will look like coming out of the West Commons on the right. It'll be covered but open, so keep them out of the rain, but they'll still have to deal with the wind and temperature a little bit, but that's going to be something we're really excited about. Any questions about Newberg High School addition or renovation?
Is the greenhouse or the agriculture classroom going to be in the new building, Jay, or will it be at the moment it's a different building?
Yeah, it will be within the new building, and that's the one I mentioned that has the open garage doors that will be easy access to go out. So yes, it will get out of the classroom that's a little bit run down.
Yeah.
All right. Catalyst Edition. Basically, we are able to almost double the size of the Springbrook Center, which is where Catalyst is housed. And this is going to let us give a permanent home to COA, our Chehalem Online Academy program. It'll create space that can be used for a lot of different things, but currently we have a new alternative middle school program that's just begun that can have space for that. It'll add a multi-purpose room for PE and CTE. So kind of a small gym, basically, a really small gym, not a full-size one, but high ceilings and lots of room in there to do PE, which they have no way to do at all now at Catalyst. And also things like they're doing some first responder courses with one of the teachers who's there now with doing some kind of a paramedic pre-skill training or fire skill training, and they'll be able to do that there. And then also something called the Fab Lab, which is going to be great. That's going to be kind of a combination of construction and science projects and all kinds of things that will be in the building. So this is kind of an overall site plan. Mabel Rush Elementary is to the north, kind of off the picture there on the other side of the dotted line. We'll be doing a lot of work beginning this summer to renovate the parking lot there. That's actually going to be an improvement to Mabel Rush that's going to allow a better bus turnaround for what they're doing there, provide a little more parking for the new entry to the new space that we're building. The right side of the gray area is the current Catalyst school, and the left side is going to be the new addition that will be coming in, and I'll give you a close-up of what that looks like. So this is the design for the new addition that's coming off of the back end of Catalyst right now. There'll be a new entrance hall on the right side with the blue there and a reception area that will primarily be for our COA folks. A couple of group areas where they can do their tutoring and their connections with parents. Then the blue area is the multi-purpose area, the kind of small gym area that I mentioned. The green area is just built intentionally very flexibly because with alternative programming, that changes all the time. So currently right now, the idea is that could be where we house the alternative middle school program, but over the years that could house a whole lot of different things by having different classrooms available, small group things available, a learning pod zone there to kind of get some of that flexible learning that's going on. Bathrooms and offices down there in the white at the bottom, and then the Fab Lab is kind of in the orange or brown area there, with a great kind of outdoor patio there that can be used either for building some projects or gathering for students out there. So any questions about the Catalyst or the COA edition?
And when is this projected to be finished?
That's the one that I said we're leaving open-ended. At first, we were going to aim for fall of 2023, but we're gonna leave it open-ended to go longer if need be to get better quotes on that. So it may be open fall of 2023 if the quotes come in great, or it may be more like a mid-year thing during that year that it opens up.
Thinking of that, I forgot to ask about when you take down building J and H, what is going to happen to the classroom, the classes that are housed there?
Yeah, that's been a lot of logistical work that we've worked through. So culinary arts is going to be doing some work. Honestly, a lot of the classes for a year are going to change a little bit, and they did learn a lot through COVID, right? Because it was we taught welding in the middle of COVID when students weren't here, and so we learned some things of how we can do that. So some of our classes will change and move to different areas of the high school. Tiger Manufacturing is going to move temporarily to ARE Manufacturing, our great partner with Alvin, who has been a big part of that. The wood shop will move over to Chehalem Valley, and I think that covers where we are right now. So it'll be 1 year of things being a little bit different in the preparation for a really good space when we're done.
And we'll provide transportation for the students going there.
Yep. All right. Last one. Ooh, I just went too far. New Dundee Elementary School. This is the one where we are least far along in the process, but I do have a lot of exciting things to share with you. As we've gone through with you with the board, you approved a temporary loan to be able to purchase new property in the Riverside District that we will then recoup when we finish the building and sell our current site. And that was solely due to community feedback that we heard loud and strong from the Dundee community, that they really wanted to preserve the current park next to Dundee as it is and not have that disrupted. And so we're responding to that request from the Dundee community. It's safer in a lot of ways. It gets our students away from 99W and gets them more in a residential district, which is a much greater thing for an elementary school. It allows us to build exactly what we need without having to worry about housing students in the meantime of construction. And it gives us partnership opportunities with the City of Dundee, with CPRD, and honestly with the library. It's been exciting. The library is working to try to expand library coverage to the City of Dundee. And so we may be able to provide them a simple book drop off and pick up space in our new building that won't take much for us, but allows us to partner with the library and help the Dundee community. We did in this process with the design team, we took some field trips to other elementary schools to see innovative learning designs. And what was great was watching how this process developed. The design committee, which included a lot of our teachers from Dundee, they were really excited about two different schools. There was the Trillium Elementary in West Lynn, and there was Arlington up in Tacoma, Washington. And they each had really creative things that the teachers liked, and they couldn't really agree on which ones they wanted to have. So Brett kind of asked all these questions and got the feedback of what they wanted, and they went away and they basically came up what they call the Trillington model, where they tried to combine these two things. And when they brought it back to the teachers, like that meeting was so fun because the teachers were so excited because they said, yes, like this is really awesome. Let's see my computers. So here's a little idea of what this looks like. On the right is kind of what our current Dundee classrooms look like, which are, like most classrooms that we're used to in America, just kind of a square or a rectangle with students and desks. And what we're able to do with this new design for Dundee is have 2 classrooms that share a shared learning space that can come off of their classrooms. There are partitions that we've seen in action in other elementary schools that are removable if you want to open up that space, or you can close them off to have really good sound management, but there still is good visual in there because it's just a window and it's easy to see. And when the teachers saw this, they got really excited. And what Brick was able to do with this design is this was the model of sharing space at the school in Tacoma that the teachers really liked, but they didn't like how small the regular classroom was. It went from 900 square feet down to 600 square feet, and the teachers were really concerned about that. We did a lot of work of figuring out where we could shave space from other parts of the building. And so what we're able to create is each pair of classrooms gets this new shared learning space that they've never had before. And they really only lose 100 square feet. Their classroom becomes, instead of 900, it becomes 800 square feet. And listening to how the teachers get excited about planning for those use of that space and how they can partner together for reading groups or math groups that combine the different classes, but get all the kids on the same level to get the instruction they need, or doing kind of wet lab kind of things and being able to use that shared space for hands-on projects. We're really excited about how that's going to come together. And so this is sort of just, again, I keep giving these caveats. These will change. This is not exactly how it's going to be because it changes all the time, but it also helps to just get a picture in your mind of what it might look like. This is sort of what things could look like as we enter the new Dundee school with the big kind of, it's a 1-story building, but it's got these 1.5 story, more than skylights, but just these ventings that bring natural light into the building. And it looks like I missed the overall. Here's the current site plan that gives you an idea of what it looks like down in this district. We just had this great meeting where they talked about their design and how they have river flow ideas. And anyway, I could go off on that, but I'm already gone too long, so I will stop there. It have separate parent drop-off space from the bus drop-off space, which will be a huge improvement from what Dundee has had. It's just been a nightmare of getting students in and out of the current space. And so we're just really excited of what you can do when you start from green grass and just build up as you want. The teachers and the staff are very excited about how this plan is coming together. All right, thank you for your patience, and any questions that you've got about any of these processes, I'd be glad to answer, but I just wanted to give you an overview of where we are because this is important stuff.
How are you doing personnel wise without a superintendent who was also taking on a lot of this work?
I have plenty to do. We'll put it that way, but it's going all right. We have our bond management team is something that has been meeting weekly for over a year now. And that includes the main district staff. That includes a lot of the folks from the architecture design firm. That includes folks from our from Cornerstone as well. And so we meet every week. And so when there's big decisions that have to be made, we get a lot of input and a lot of feedback from a lot of different folks on that. And I'm really grateful for that process. And I think we're doing good stuff, and I'm glad for that.
Well, thank you for all the work you're doing.
You bet.
Greg, that's really good stuff. It's kind of fun to see all of it in one. I know that was a lot to throw at us, but it is kind of fun to see that there's so many projects going. They're going to be exciting. That man, that building at the high school is going to be cool.
It's going to be great everywhere. And, like you said, it's like basically now kind of all anybody sees are these signs we have up of what's going to happen. But as soon as we hit June, stuff is going to be happening all over the district, and it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, no, that was really fun. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. That was great. Any other questions for Greg, guys, before we let him go? Greg, sure appreciate it. That yeah, it's gonna be a crazy busy summer. Bricks, those guys are all doing great stuff. So if there's no more questions, we'll keep moving on here. So lot to take in right there. So we'll let Greg go on that one. I know he'll be back here in a minute, but Shanna, Andreas, are you up for the transfers report?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're ready for you.
All right. So we'll, right here, you're looking at our parameters for interdistrict transfers. We'll move on from that. At the end of my report, we'll need a motion to approve the parameters. But tonight, we're going to talk about the 2021-22 transfers, including virtual charter schools, homeschool registrations, and like I said, at the end, interdistrict transfer parameters. Slide. So as you can see, in this school year, 2020-21, we've had 48 students transferring into Newberg and 77 students transferring out. Last year, we had 46 students transferring in and 90 students transferring out. For the just a second. For the 2019-20 school year, we had 46 transferring in and 73 transferring out. So you can see that 2019-20 school year is very similar to what we've had this year. Slide.
Anna, could you go back to that last one real quick?
Okay.
So you have 2020, 2021.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see that. So the top should have been 2020, 21-22 transfers. So that top is the current school year. I apologize for that. So, okay. So it looks like I corrected that on the next slide. So you can see for our bottom line for this year, we lost 29 students in our transfer process. Last year, 44 students. We had 44 more students transferring out than transferring in. And in 2019-20, we had 27 more students transferring out than transferring in. Next slide. So where are our students coming from that are transferring in? As you can see, we are getting most of our students from neighboring districts. McMinnville, we have 31%. From Yamhill Carlton, 14%, and also Dayton. And then Sherwood, we have 6% of our transfers coming from Sherwood, excuse me. Slide. So, and why are students transferring into Newberg? As you can see, 18 students state family convenience as the reason for transferring. Family move accounts for 13 students. Program request accounts for 7, and then 6 students were unhappy with their current school district. Slide.
And this is just the numbers for this year's transfers out?
That's correct, yes. There you go. Okay, and then where are students going? Of the 76 students that left our district this year, 29% went to Sherwood, 28% went to Yamhill Carlton, and then 8% to St. Paul, and McMinnville and Hillsborough each had 7%. Slide. And what are the reasons stated for leaving our district? 23 students stated a program in another district as their reason. 19 students stated a family move. Family convenience accounted for 17. And then 7 of our students reported being unhappy with our district as the reason for moving.
How many was that?
7.
Seven.
Mm-hmm. And then 6 stated social emotional reasons, like a smaller classroom or a change of like a start over for them. And then I had 5 that reported no reason. Slide. So virtual charter schools are public online schools sponsored by a school district. Virtual charter school, unlike other interdistrict transfers, they do not need to be released from the resident district, so they can leave at will as long as the virtual charter school has space for them. And statewide, we've seen that enrollment in virtual charter schools have increased over the past 2 years. Slide. This year, 68 students enrolled in a virtual charter school from our district. Last year, largely due to the pandemic, 152 students were enrolled in a charter school. And in 2019-20, 42 students chose that option. As you can see, families mostly chose Oregon Charter School, Arts Charter Academy, Willamette Connections Academy, and Sheridan All Prep Academy. Slide. Why do families choose a virtual charter school? It's difficult to know since students can leave without the permission of the resident district. And so it's difficult to always get that information. But what we do know is that 31 students were not enrolled in our district at the time they were enrolling in the charter school. And 25, and we also know that 25 students were enrolled in a Newberg school at the time of entering a charter school. The remainder of the students, we have no information on. Slide. So with the combination of interdistrict transfers and virtual charter schools, this year we've had 144 students leave our district. Last year in 2020-21, we had 242 students. And then in 2019-20 school year, we have 115 students leave our district. Slide. This year, we've had a net loss of 96 students. And then last year, largely due to the pandemic, we had a net loss of 196 students. And so we can see that improvement. In 2019-20 school year, we had a net loss of 69 students. Slide.
Yeah, Shannon, when you say improvement, you mean that we're losing kids at a less fast rate?
Well, we have recovered some. Yes, I would say that.
We haven't recovered any. We're still losing.
No, you're well.
But the hemorrhaging has slowed.
These numbers don't show the recovering. Students have come back from virtual charter schools. And from homeschool, we just don't see those numbers in this presentation.
That wouldn't factor into the net?
Well, not if they were enrolled in a charter school last year and came back to our schools this year. That wouldn't necessarily show up here.
How many of those have we had?
I don't have that information. Okay, slide. Okay, here is how these numbers look as we compare them by year. So last year is in red, and you can see that it's kind of due to the pandemic, it's kind of an anomaly. We have high numbers, and for the most part, a lot of those numbers have come back down. So hopefully, as we move out of the pandemic, we can continue to improve and stabilize those numbers. Slide. Okay, and here we'll talk about homeschool numbers. Parents who choose to homeschool are directed to register their students with the WESD online. Some of the factors that we think about with these numbers is that not all students are registered. Families just neglect to do that, or they're unable to find the website, or for whatever reason. Some parents mistake being enrolled in a virtual charter school with homeschool, and so they'll register, but they're also enrolled in a virtual charter school. Sometimes students return to public school without notifying the ESD. And we've also seen statewide homeschool numbers increase over the past 2 years due to the pandemic. Slide. So for this school year, from February 15th, actually of last year, to February 14th of this year, we've had 87 homeschool students register with the ESD. Last year, for that same time period, it was 221. And then for that time period in 2019-20, we had 52 students register for homeschool. And the previous year, 2018-19 school year, or February to February, we had 41 students.
So are these total registered students or new registrations for homeschooling?
New registrations.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, slide. So this is kind of a look at perspective. We can see that what these numbers look like according in relation to our total enrollment numbers. As you can see, while we are not wanting to lose students, it is a small percentage of the students enrolled in our district. Okay, before we move on to looking at our parameters for next year, are there any questions that any board members have? All right, should we move on to parameters then?
Hey, Shannon, I had a quick question.
Sure.
If somebody goes the homeschool route and they don't contact WSD, then how do they get counted anywhere, or are they not counted?
They're not counted. There's no way for us to know who has not registered for homeschool.
Okay, thank you.
But Shannon, isn't it if they were registered at Newberg School District and they just stop attending, they are counted on our drop list until we actually encourage them to do the WESD?
Well, we follow up and we check to see where they're at, and we do encourage families to register with the ESD, but and so for for some students, we never get that confirmation that they're registered.
Yeah.
All right. Slide, we'll move on to parameters. So as with previous years, we are recommending allowing all transfers in and out of Newberg School District for the 22-23 school year. The only change we are recommending for next year is to allow transfers to our dual language program, which we've not allowed before, under certain guidelines as highlighted in yellow. So these guidelines are that the applicants be approved, that the approved applicants currently are enrolled in a dual language program or eligible as a newcomer to the US as space allows. Do we have any questions about those parameters?
So if it's a transfer, they would not take a spot over a local resident if they were applying for that, correct?
That's correct. I mean, and they would only be allowed in the dual language program if there was room. There are times, as the program has, as students move through the programs, there are students that move out or they move to a regular classroom for whatever reason. And so there are times that we do have room in our dual language classrooms for additional students to move in.
Okay. Just a quick question. I don't know how this one goes, but are we accepting discipline type situations at other schools like McMinnville, Sherwood, Yama, Carlton would not? Are we taking in?
Well, our district policy states that we allow students to enroll. But with when those enrollments happen, the school, we give them notification that of who is enrolling from another, especially high school, and they have the chance to contact the school that the student came from and work out a plan of to help the student be successful.
Do we take them no matter what, or is it up to the admin or district office?
It's board policy that we allow the transfer.
Okay, so it's not up to the administrator. It's
No.
what policy says. Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
I had a quick question too about like some of the charts. I didn't see anything of the private schools, like how many kids have been transferred or left and went into some of the private schools. Was there any record or stats on that?
We don't really have a way to track that at the district level.
Oh, I didn't know, like if somebody, like when you had the graph of why they left or where they went, because I didn't see anything in any of that.
Right. So these are transfers into another public school or homeschool.
Oh, okay.
So the charter
you don't take into account of the private schools.
Pardon me?
You don't take into account the private schools.
We don't have a way to track that, the private school enrollments.
Okay.
Where would the kids who go into those private schools that are no longer in our system, where would they be reflected in a number that we could see? Even if we don't know they went to public schools, we know they left our district. So what number would they be?
Well, we would need to track that at each individual school. We'd need to ask them to keep track of students leaving to go to a private school.
I assume we're at least like keeping track of kids that were here that aren't here now. Even if we don't know that they went to a private school, we know they're not here and that they were here. Do we not track that at all? Kids can just disappear on us and we have no idea where they went?
Well, the schools know where they went. We haven't, since I've been here, tracked or contacted each individual school to have them give us numbers, their students that are moving to a private school.
So the numbers that we've seen on enrollment as the board, since I've been on here, those have never included students who left our schools to go to a private institution. Is that correct?
Can I interject there?
Please.
It actually it does come up in the enrollment report that I did in the fall. So that does track every student. And what's difficult is getting the aggregate number of, we've got the total of a number of students who left and we've got the total number who came in, but it's hard to get the exact number of which ones were at the private school. So I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the presentation that I made in enrollment back in the fall, where it's got, we were below what we expected, but we, when I had the different breakouts of, I think we were down 120 something this year. That was actually because we added some students and lost some other ones. We could have, Tanya could do some data work on, there is a code that's not exact, but there is a code for when we transfer records to a private school that we could pull those numbers if that's something that the board would like and that Dr. Novotny wants to direct us to do. We could have our staff work on that. That would get you a little closer approximation, but like Shanna's saying, it's not going to be exact, but we are going to know then the ones where we sent records to private schools.
I think that would be helpful.
To answer your big question, we absolutely do track every student, and there's no student that just that we don't know where they go at all. There are many times where they don't notify us they've moved out of the area, so we don't know where they are, but we clearly have a record of this student was enrolled and they're no longer enrolled now.
And is there any like government body that we report that information to?
Yes, we report all of our enrollment data. That's the huge thing that Tanya does with multiple reports each month to ODE, that allocates withdrawals and has a code for all of those of where they're going. Yeah.
Thank you.
And we have as a secretary, I had to keep track of the students who were dropped with no records request. And I had to track down, where did this student move to, or where, which facility, which Job Corps training point did they go to, or, the secretaries do that very, very diligently, trying to keep track of every student, every record.
All right, any other questions? All right, it looks like we need a motion for to adopt our new parameters for next year.
Actually, Shannon, I did have one more question.
Okay.
In previous years, it's come up that we have this thing in our policy that we can cap transfers to, I think it's virtual charter schools.
That's correct.
4%. This is waiving that 4% if we adopt this. Is that correct?
We have not this year it was decided by the board last year that we would not restrict any students from transferring to a virtual charter school. And in order to, we were able to do that last year for a period of time because we offered 2 online options for students, and we don't offer 2 options this year as we did last year, so we wouldn't be able to do that.
We wouldn't be able to do what?
We wouldn't be able to deny enrollment into a virtual charter school if those numbers got above 3%.
Okay, so that point is mute because
Right.
we don't have the program. Okay.
Correct. So
I'll move that the Newberg School District Board of Directors approve the slots for entrance and exit of inter-district transfer students as recommended for the 2022-23 school year.
I second.
You're muted, Dave.
Tishri showed me how to do that. Okay, I'm back here. So we've had our motion, our second. We're going up for a vote on this. So all in favor, please raise your right hand. I see 3, 2, 1. Okay.
What was that, Dave?
Got 3. Please raise your right hand again. I just might have missed that.
Renee, what's your concern, I guess? Oh, she is voting yes. Okay.
I raised my hand.
Okay. Okay, let's do that one more time. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Everybody raise your right hand if you're in favor of this motion. Please raise your right hand. Gotcha. It passes 4-0. Shanna, thank you very much.
I want to thank the secretaries and the data people who do all this hard work. It's very intensive, and I appreciate all the work that's gone into this.
All righty. We are into old business, a little behind schedule, but we are up with Lisa Freely on the board vacancy selection. So Lisa, are you ready to go again?
I am. Thank you. As you are aware, at that in the February 22nd board meeting, we declared the vacancy, which we were required by law to do. We are then, as I explained during that last board meeting, we are required to then post a notification of the vacancy and create a process to fill it. And that posting had to be out there for at least 20 days. And so I had support from the central office, and we got that posted within days of you guys declaring the vacancy. And the 20 days basically ran and expired somewhere in the middle of spring break. So we basically allowed the applications to come in till March 25th, which was when it closed. At this point, we have 3 applications for the board to consider in filling that vacancy. What I would like for the board to provide some direction on is how the process you would like to use going forward in filling this vacancy. Probably the most common process used by school boards is some sort of public interview process, which we could arrange for the next board meeting, you know, with some set questions, with the entire board present and the public able to observe, and we would distribute the applications in the board packet, so you'd have a chance to look at those prior to the meeting. If you have some other process you'd like to use, I'm totally open to figuring out how best to support you in filling this vacancy.
How do you propose we come up with our list of questions for the interview?
I would think that, well, that's a very, we could take some questions. If you wanted to suggest some questions, you could suggest them to me. You could even email them to me, Director Shannon, and I could create a common list that I would then could push out to all of you, and then you guys could give me some feedback. Ultimately, I could give you some suggested questions, and then if you decided you did or did not want to ask them, that totally would be within the parameters of the, you know, of the board. But I would be more than willing to work with individual board members to gather up some common questions amongst you guys, and then push them back out in some sort of kind of consolidated, you know, complete format.
Lisa, have you talked with Greg, our former board secretary, of previous questions and previous that we each board member had a standard question, so we asked the same questions to each interview person?
I haven't had the privilege of talking to Greg about it yet. Greg's been very, very busy, and I've tried really hard not to add to his workload, but he has been very helpful when I have needed stuff. He was able to find some notifications for me and some applications. So my guess is he would be able to provide me with the documents. I see him sitting there looking at me. So, and a little nod to your head. So
I can find questions that were used previously for openings, and I will just email those to all board members and to Dr. Novotny and to Lisa Freely, and you can do whatever you want with those.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I think that we could use that as a jumping off point for some questions.
Hey, Lisa.
Yeah.
We're, you know, gonna have to really get pretty busy into the superintendent search here, and this has been kind of taking a while for the board opening. So if we did get to those questions from Greg and then got to, you know, each board member so they can, you know, make a list. If we get all the way to the next board meeting, is it going to interfere with, you know, we're probably gonna have to start designating a lot more time in our board meetings for that superintendent search.
Yeah, so Chair Brown, it does. I totally can understand why it feels like it's been taking a while to do this. Most of this process has been pretty statutory in terms of trying to comply with the timelines that are there. What I'm more than willing to do is to try and facilitate coming up with a kind of a consolidated list of questions, because I agree, Director Shannon, that it would be nice if we could come into the next meeting having some consensus as to what those questions are, right? So Greg's going to send some stuff out. If you guys could all commit to listing, to, you know, sending me an email that would list the questions you would want to ask, And I could send an email to all of you identifying the common questions that you all have identified and those where you have differences, and see if any of the ones on the difference list rise to the level of a consensus amongst all the board members to be added to the other list. And then I could collate that into a final list for you. Does that sound too complicated, or does that make sense?
That made sense.
So if we're like this board meeting now, so are we talking, I mean, we need to have, if 3 people applied to Mike, is that correct?
3 people applied, and I would contact them and make sure that they were available for the next board meeting, which is in April.
So then we could ask those questions that we all come up with, and then we can vote that night and get this thing done.
Yes.
Okay.
Are we legally required to ask the same questions of every candidate, or would we be able to ad lib questions the night of?
I would suggest, like, yeah, I think that's a good question. I do think that there is, I think it is too stilted to think that a candidate might not say something that would generate a question, right? So if a candidate were to say something, Director Shannon, that would generate a follow-up question or an additional clarifying question or some other issue of concern, it would be perfectly appropriate for a board member to ask a follow-up during that interview process. I think there is some value in having some common questions that everybody gets asked that are just your basic questions. And then as the interview would develop, you would be able to ask questions that are more unique to that particular candidate as it requires clarification or additional information.
Sure, thank you.
So Lisa, once we go to, we get to that process, ask questions, and we go to a vote. And once the vote happens for whatever person that is, are they, just after the vote, are they sworn in? How does that work?
I don't see any reason why they could not be sworn in. It wouldn't be any different than you showing up after at the July board meeting, after being elected and being certified, taking the oath, and then starting your next board meeting.
So I'll just talk to Dr. Novotny before we go to that meeting as far as our agenda to carve out time for that.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
So can I confirm that we kind of have a consensus that once you get the questions from Greg, you guys will review that, and then you will each send to me, not to each other, but to me, so that we don't get into a serial meeting, okay? You'll send them to me, the questions you would like to see asked. I will then create a list of common questions, ones that are consistent with everybody. And then I will identify the unique ones and have you give me feedback on any unique ones you would like to add. And then I will then create a final list that kind of generates what the majority of what the board has identified as questions.
And what's going to be your process for figuring out which non-common questions are going to make the cut?
I'm going to send all the non-common ones out to you. I'm going to ask you to respond to which ones you want to ask. And then the ones that receive a consensus from a majority of the board would be added to the list.
So you're going to require a majority of us to back up adding a question to the list?
Well, if you'd like it to be less than that, I could do that. But it seems to me that like 3 or 4 would be a nice number that would show some common interest in asking the same question. Whereas if only one person was proposing it, then it might not have the same buy-in by the totality of the board as a whole. There would be nothing that would stop the board from when we meet at that night, if there's a question that's not on the list, for a board member to propose the addition of a question before we began the interview and have that discussion. Director Shannon, I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
Okay. I mean, I want it to be your process, right?
Sure.
Lisa, can you just make it a point when you reach out to each of us, I guess, expediency of just, getting back to you. So we're not dragging our feet. Just pick me, for example, that I'm not holding up the process to make this frustrating for you, because you're still working hard for us and we really appreciate it. So
I know where to find you.
I know.
I'll find you.
Okay.
So I believe all of you are committed to this process. So I believe that I will get responses from people. I've had good luck in the past. If I will try to give you timelines, because I do want to be able to give adequate time for the back and forth of this process. So, it will be important for you to start watching your email boxes and know that it's coming in the next handful of days, so that you can give us the feedback we need in a timely fashion. But I will remind and find you guys.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Okay. Great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate you as usual. Okay. Well, you don't get a go away right there.
I do not.
You're with, we have Lisa Friday and Tyler Smith on public complaints.
Yep. So I have 4, just giving our attorney an update there on our agenda and our timing. Okay, so I have 4, if you remember, what Tyler and I have been doing is working through the backlog of complaints, and we've been working through them. We did, 6, 8 of them we do basically one board meeting each month where we bring some to you for you to resolve. I have 4 of them for you tonight that I would like you to resolve for me. I'm going to give you a description of the facts in each of the cases. And then I'm going to give you the recommendation that Tyler and I are bringing to you in addressing each of the complaints. So the first one that I'm bringing to you today is from, I want to be sure I get the first name right, Kim Boucher. This complaint indicates a disagreement with board members regarding policy decisions that were made over the past 6 to 8 months. In many cases, the complainant does not identify a specific policy, a state or a federal law which has been violated. In most cases, the violations, there are a couple that the complaint does identify, which are alleging violations. One, for instance, is the public meetings issue surrounding the hiring of the attorney in August. But in those particular cases where they are directly tied back to a specific policy or a statute, those instances are already pending in a form of litigation, either in Yamhill County or in federal court. And let me see what else I can tell you. There also were a number of issues raised in this complaint that were not correct. For instance, there's a number of these complaints that I'll talk to you about today where the complainant references the policy all students belong, and talks about how the board had rescinded this policy and that was in violation of state law and administrative rules. The facts in that particular case where the board they did have a conversation about that policy, but that policy has never been rescinded or revoked. It has been in place since its original passage earlier in, I can't remember if it was 2021 or
December 2020.
Thank you, Rebecca, board member Peros. The hiring process of the attorney is currently subject to the litigation. It's going to be resolved in that format. The court is either going to make a decision that we did it right or that we did it wrong. And while individuals can clearly disagree, because there also is a significant amount of the complaint that is focused on the termination of Superintendent Morlock, and it's clear that the complainant disagrees with the decision to terminate Superintendent Morlock, this decision was clearly within the board's discretion. And the parties can obviously disagree with each other, and that a mere disagreement would not necessarily constitute a complaint. and whether or not there were public meeting violations, as I indicated, was subject to pending litigation as well and will be resolved in that forum. There also are some concerns and issues raised around whether or not Robert's Rules of Order have been followed and whether or not the board chair is adequately performing the required duties. This too is clearly at the discretion of the board. The board, if they felt that the board chair was not doing the job properly, could easily change and elect a new board chair to begin that process. But that, again, is not necessarily something that constitutes a valid status for a complainant. It is, I think that was pretty much the sum total. So it focused on the hiring of Tyler Smith, the firing of Joe Morlock, the all students belong, and the running of the meetings. So when you did a full, complete review of those things, there was nothing that provided a basis to support a complaint. As a result of that, Tyler and I are recommending that the board dismiss that complaint.
What are we calling this complaint?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What are we calling this complaint?
If you want to speak to a motion to dismiss the complaint as presented by Ms. Foucher, F-A-U-C-H-E-R, that would be fine. I'm sorry, Rebecca, Board Member Piros, do you have a question?
What about the two situations that are going to be dealt with through litigation? Do we have the power to dismiss this if it's still not to be, if we're not to be deciding on that?
My recommendation, Board Member Piros, is because it is going to be decided in another forum, that it doesn't necessarily make sense for the board to retain jurisdiction, because it is basically moved beyond our jurisdiction to a third party that's going to make that decision. You would not have the authority to overturn a judge's decision either in federal court or Yamhill County if they were to find that we were in violation and you guys said that we weren't. That legally that would not be able to stand. So it doesn't make sense from our perspective as counsel for the district to continue to leave this hanging here when the complaint itself is in a forum at this point that we'll have a resolution to it.
All right.
Does that help you to understand the basis of the recommendation?
Yes.
It is not, by the way, the fact that Tyler and I are recommending dismissal of this complaint does not mean that we agree one way or the other as to the substance of the opinions expressed by either the complainant or the board members. We are looking solely at the sufficiency of whether or not there is a basis for moving forward in trying to find a remedy to a complaint that has been presented. And in this particular case, except for those issues that are presented that are pending in either state or federal court, almost every single one of them was a difference of opinion with the majority of the board's decisions. Those are perfectly appropriate, right? I mean, everyone has a right to have that disagreement and that difference of opinion, but that difference of opinion does not necessarily constitute a violation of a policy or procedure, a statute, and rise to the level of a complaint that there should be action taken to move forward.
And the other question I have about Tyler Smith is named in the complaint, but because that is going to be dealt with through litigation, he didn't need to recuse himself from this decision or recommend it.
Yeah, Board Member Piros, I have been the one handling the initial review of all of these complaints. I basically create the summary. I read the complaint, I summarize the complaint, I provide my recommendation. I have provided a summary of that to Tyler for him to review and to raise any concerns. We all, as attorneys, we are all trained to identify where our legal conflicts exist and to recuse ourselves. And so I'm totally comfortable that Tyler will make the decisions to recuse himself when he believes that legally, under the code of conduct for the state attorney bar association, requires him to do so.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. And it's actually not very easy to, the reason I'm not going to get into into analyzing his conflicts is it's not necessarily an easy process to do. You have to think about who your role is, what your role is, and the decision. And I apologize, Tyler, for sitting here and talking about you in this particular manner, but I'm trying to explain the analysis that I'm doing for the board on this one. Any questions about the process and what my recommendation is?
And that was the voucher complaint?
Yep.
I move that the Newberg School District Board of Directors dismiss the voucher complaint as recommended by district attorneys.
I second it.
Yeah. Well, we had the discussion. All those in favor of dismissing that, please raise your right hand. That's 4-0. Thank you. Lisa, you ready for
Lisa?
The next one, Lisa, you're on mute. The next one I think we're going to do is Ms. Carafa.
Obviously, I hit the space bar somewhere along the way. Yes, that's exactly the one we're looking at. In this particular one, again, the complaint indicates a strong disagreement with board members regarding policy decisions that were made over the last 6 to 8 months. It again lacks a specific district policy and or state or federal law which has been violated. And again, while members of the community are completely within their right to have a disagreement and to voice their opinions when that difference of opinion exists, the mere fact there is a difference of opinion does not automatically qualify as grounds for a complaint. And in this particular case, the patron is asking for the board to reconsider its decision to terminate Superintendent Morlock. Obviously, the board could choose to do that today if it wished to do so. But again, it doesn't rise to the level of a complaint that requires us to provide a remedy, because it is solely within the board's discretion whether or not it terminated the employment of the one employee that it is responsible for hiring, firing, and supervising. As a result of that, my recommendation is that we dismiss this complaint.
What was the name on that one?
The last name is spelled K-A-R-A-F-F-A.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll move that the Newberg School District Board of Directors dismiss the Carafa complaint.
I totally recognize your pain.
Butchering the name probably, as recommended by the district's attorneys.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Those in favor of dismissing this, please raise your right hand. It is 4-0. Thank you, Lisa.
Okay. The next one is from Michelle Wood. This complaint again indicates a disagreement with board members regarding policy decisions made over the last 6 to 8 months. It lacks a specific policy, state, or federal law that has been violated. There are a couple of identifications where there were violations of state or federal law, which are subject to current litigation and will be resolved in that forum, rather than for all the reasons I explained in our earlier complaint, the first one. In other instances, this one also had some misunderstanding about what was in effect or not in effect. For example, the complaint references the policies all student belongs as having been rescinded and revoked by the school board, when that was not an accurate statement. That policy has been in place since it was originally enacted. The individuals clearly disagree with the decision to terminate Superintendent Morlock, and Yet again, this decision was within the board's discretion. And while the parties can obviously disagree with each other, that does not constitute a complaint. And whether or not there were public meeting violations is currently subject to pending litigation and will be resolved in that forum. This one too had some concerns about whether or not the board chair is adequately performing the required duties. Again, this is one that is left to the discretion of the board as it elects its own officers, both chair and vice chair, for you to decide whether to appoint or unappoint the board chair based on the evaluation of the individual's performance. For all the following reasons, I recommend, Tyler and I recommend that you dismiss this complaint.
I move that the Newberg School District Board of Directors dismiss the Wood complaint as recommended by the district's attorneys.
I second it.
Okay, all those in favor of the dismissal, please raise your right hand. Passes 4-0. Thanks, Lisa.
The final one I have for you is from Coral Rath. This again is a complaint that indicates some significant disagreement with board members regarding policy decisions over the past 6 to 8 months. It again doesn't cite a specific policy or procedure which has been specifically violated. In several cases, she does speak to several violations that are currently subject to litigation relative to state or federal law, and those will be resolved in the forum of which they are currently pending. There is also some misinformation in this complaint because this is another one that alleged that the board had rescinded the all students belong policy. That has not been rescinded, so that violation was not founded. The hiring process of the attorney is currently subject to litigation and will ultimately be resolved in that particular forum. And this individual also clearly disagreed about the decision to terminate Superintendent Morlock. But again, that decision is clearly within the board's discretion, and the parties, while they can disagree about whether or not we should or shouldn't have, and how we went about doing that, that decision was within the board's discretion, and that would not necessarily constitute a complaint. Whether or not there were public meetings violations is also subject to pending litigation, and I would recommend that we allow that forum to resolve that issue once and for all for us. And whether or not Robert's Rules of Orders have been followed and whether or not the board chair is adequately performing the required duties is again left to the discretion of you as governing members of the board to either appoint or unappoint the individual who's performing those duties. As a result of this, our recommendation is to dismiss this complaint.
What was the name on that one, Lisa?
Rath, R-A-T-H.
I do want to say that, you know, I think the fact that we have so many complaints accusing us of doing things that we never did shows just how much misinformation was spread online.
That's point of order. Point of order.
What's your point of order?
That is not your position to be commenting on. They have the right to complain, as Lisa has said, and that we need to look at why people were so upset and how can we make things better.
You know, Rebecca, people have a right to complain about what we do. They don't have the right to lie about what we do. That's not right. And that's what these were. These were lies.
They weren't lies.
When did we rescind policy ACB?
We attempted to rescind
it. We never voted on that. We never had it on the agenda.
You brought it up the first meeting in July 13th, and if our board secretary had not stopped us, we would have voted on that right then.
That's not true. I voted for the motion to table that night. So that's simply not true. That's another lie that has been pushed. I will move that we dismiss the Rath complaint, since it's meritless, as recommended by our council.
I second.
All right. Go to vote. Raise your hand if you please, or to vote to dismiss this complaint. Please raise your right hand. I got 3-3. Those not in favor of, raise your right hand. 3-1. Well, Lisa, I guess we'll have to bring that one back to the table.
Yep. At this point, the motion will fail and we will let it continue to be pending.
Okay. Thanks for your hard work on that. All right. Lisa, we got through all 4 of those, correct?
Yes, I don't have any more. Those are all I have for this board meeting.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay. Our next item under new business is to approve the school calendar. Greg, are you ready for that?
Yes, I am. I think everything is pretty clear in the packet. We have 2 options for you. We presented these for the first time on November 9th, and the only changes since that time are listed in the packet. We correctly now have the correct state in service day for October 14th. That was on the original one presented to you in November, a week earlier. And by recommendation of several of our staff members, are moving the fall conferences so that we don't have 2 short weeks in a row. It makes one week where there's a short week, and then with the rest of them are full, which we feel is better for educating the students. So the option before you, we're not bringing a recommendation because there are different points for each of the drafts. One, draft A does not have any school on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, which means the final grading day for teachers moves to a Monday in June. And the last day of school will be the Friday. The other option on draft B does have school the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and that allows the grading day to be on a Friday and not carry over the weekend. It primarily amounts to when you think you're more likely to get students, and there's just conflicting opinions about that, about whether students are more likely to leave and take a long Thanksgiving break, or whether they're more likely to check out and leave at the end of the year. And we don't have a recommendation one way or the other, but just ask that you would have the discussion and make the decision as the board feels would be best for either draft A or draft B.
Hey, Greg, on that one there, have you had any feedback from the administrators in the buildings on this one?
Yes, we've had feedback from administrators and from the associations and from district staff, and there is no consensus. There's not even any patterns. There's just, like I said, differing opinions about which is better for attendance. So there really was no way to get clarity on sorting out how the feedback went.
I guess being in the building for a long time, for me, I guess the attendance thing at the end of the year always gets a little crazy because people are going a million different ways. But I was kind of leaning towards number A, just because so many people are trying to get to family on that day before Thanksgiving. It seems like a good idea for our families to have that extra time for travel. I think we'd get less students missing, because I think a lot of students will go anyway on that day, but that's just my opinion. Any other thoughts on that, board members?
I mean, I guess my main counterpoint to that is it goes so far into the month at the end of the year there. But I mean, if you're leaning towards A, I can be persuaded to support A.
Rebecca, you worked in a school too. What do you think?
Well, I think calendar B represents, kids, when we had no school on Wednesday, then kids started leaving on Monday and Tuesday. And so then there's a certain sector of kids that don't go away for the holiday so that they're able to still be there. But then to end school on a Thursday and to allow the teachers to end their school year on the Friday, that is a cleaner scenario than having to bring back the teachers on Monday for the grading and the all the stuff they need to do on the last day of their contract.
Right. No, that's a good point too. That's why I was hoping there'd be a little cleaner
Yeah.
from the staff. I mean, what do you, Renee, you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a hard one. I kind of agree with Rebecca, because it would be kind of senseless for them to have to come back for that one Monday to finish up. It'd be nice just to end it for them and that week, but
That's good.
that's fine.
We got a lifeline here. I'm going to put Dr. Novotny on the spot. Dr. Novotny, you got an opinion on this?
I do. I favor draft B.
Okay. Well, you guys all made compelling points. So if you guys think that's the way, I'll go with draft B also. Those are all good points. Dr. Novotny, you didn't make a real good point. You just stated your opinion, but that's a pretty good point.
Exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I think we all kind of landed there on B, but we still have to have an official motion and a vote.
I'll move that the Newberg School District Board of Directors approve draft B of the 2022-23 academic calendar as presented.
I second.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Good discussion. Best of the night. Passes
Thank you,
forward.
everyone.
Greg, thank you very much. Hope that sounds like it's not going to make everybody happy, but it's gonna. We are set. Greg,
Well,
anything
it
more
will
than
make the people happy who just want to have a decision and know how to plan their vacation. So you made those folks happy.
okay. Well, Greg, anything more on that calendar?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna ask Tishri here. We need to move to executive session right now. So Tishri, we have a separate link. Do we have to check out of here, leave, and come back to that one?
Yes, so we'll leave this one. And I've set up a separate link that I emailed out to board members earlier today. And those participants in the executive session have received that link as well. Greg will leave this webinar open so that we're able to come back into the webinar after the executive session.
Okay.
Dave, could we take a 5-minute break?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Let's take about 6 minutes here, give everybody a chance to recoup and we'll come back in
Real
6
quickly, Chair Brown, I'd like to read the call to executive session if I could for you.
Sure.
We are now recessing into executive session as per ORS 192.660 sub 2 sub A sub H to consider the employment of a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent, and to consult with counsel concerning current or possible litigation.
Perfect. Thanks, Lisa.
And we're going to take 5, right?
Yeah, we're at 9:20. We'll come back at 9:26.
Thank you.
We are back, Chair Brown, whenever you would like to proceed. You are on mute, however.
We are back from executive session, and so we're reconvening the regular session at this time. So at this point, what we've been talking about, Dennis Ray of our search committee is going to give an update at this time. Dennis, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chairman Brown. The board in executive session reached a consensus about to interview via Zoom on the 13th and 14th of April, 5 candidates for the superintendency. They'll be interviewed via Zoom with the board asking the same set of questions of all of the 5 candidates. In addition to the board being present, they will have a panel, an observer panel of up to 24 people, and 24 would be 12 community members and 12 staff members, which they are in the process now of selecting, or they've been asked to apply for the position on the interview panel, and a subcommittee of the board will make the determination as to who will serve on that panel. But they will be present for all of the interviews, will provide feedback to the board on each of the candidates being interviewed. And at the end of that time, the board will select 3 candidates, more than likely, to invite back to the board, to the district, each one to spend a full day in the district the following week. I believe that's the 19th, 20th, and 21st tentatively, but I'm not sure that's those are the correct dates. But they would be in the district, and the finalist candidates at that point would visit some of the schools in the district. They would meet with various employee groups. They would have a open forum with members of the community, and they would have a second interview with the members of the board. And then following that activity, those 3 days of activity, the board would sit down and see if they were satisfied that they had the candidate they wanted to appoint as superintendent of the school district. So that is basically what we did.
Thank you, Dennis.
Mhm.
Lisa, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I do not.
Okay. Well, to everybody out there, I know it's a late night. If anybody's still listening, we're going to adjust to no comments from the board members tonight, but we are going to finish the evening with our intern superintendent, Dr. Novotny, has got some comments. So Dr. Novotny, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Chair Brown, members of the board. Tonight was kind of a strange meeting for me, in that I really didn't have a speaking part until the very end. So I kind of relished this a little bit, having the final word. I have 2 updates and then 3 positives that I'd like to share, and I'll promise to keep my remarks brief. 2 updates as far as my work as interim superintendent. I want you to know that I spent a good chunk of my day up in Portland at the convention center attending the Oregon Professional Educators Fair. The Willamette ESD staff and myself were recruiting for positions that are open in the Newberg School District. You have several positions that are open in your dual language program. I can't tell you that we are successful in recruiting someone, but we did have a number of contacts, and we'll update you as far as our success in the coming weeks and coming months related to that. I also just wanted to report out very quickly that the single issue that's dominating my time right now as your interim superintendent is related to personnel issues. And as you know, we have 4 very active personnel issues in the district right now, and that's where my focus is currently. I also wanted to conclude the meeting this evening by talking about 3 positive things. And I think as a guest in your school district, it's probably easier for me to identify some of these positives. But when Greg Koskela was talking about the construction bond update. As a guest, just the fact that the community supports the school district to the extent that they're providing $141 million in the construction bond is outstanding. But the one thing that really stood out to me was Greg talking about the OSCIM grant and the bond premium yielding an additional $22 million in value to the school district. That is remarkable. And I'm not sure if people have really celebrated that fact or not, but as a guest, I just wanted to point that out as a huge positive. And I think we have to give credit where credit is due. And that's just a shining example of being good stewards of public funds. And I think the public needs to know that. Also, the other thing that really stood out to me during the work session, Karen Pugsley identified an issue where staff have been working extremely hard to make up for learning loss that has occurred at the elementary level as it relates to literacy. And we saw a good example of that at the second grade level. And I think that is a shining example of teachers and staff just working incredibly hard to make up for that learning loss that occurred during the pandemic. And once again, I think we have to give credit where credit is due and acknowledge the hard work of our teachers and staff. And then the very last thing, as I mentioned before, tomorrow we're delivering an expression of appreciation to all staff in the Newberg School District on behalf of myself and the school board. We're delivering treats as an expression of saying thank you for your hard work during these challenging times, and they will be delivered tomorrow morning. And once again, for any audience members who are listening, no taxpayer dollars or school district funds are being used in this effort. But I think this is a nice way of saying thank you to our staff. It's a very small token of appreciation, but I think it will be appreciated by all of our employees that the board and the interim superintendent really do appreciate the work that they do every single day. And with that, that's all I really had, Chair Brown.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Novotny. Sure appreciate you. Thanks for finishing our night on a positive note. Thank you to everybody for helping tonight. It's a late night.
Chair Brown.
Oh, yes.
I apologize to have to interrupt.
Go ahead.
While Lisa didn't have anything to add to Dennis's comments, I believe she still needed the board to do a couple of things.
Okay.
So if I'm wrong, Lisa, please correct me, but I think that's...
you are right. And I probably should have done more to...
That's all right.
I didn't have anything to add, but I would like you to appoint, I would like people to identify and volunteer to participate in the screening of the observer applications so that we can get that taken care of moving forward.
I will volunteer, Rebecca, direct.
Thank you, Director Piros.
And I will volunteer.
Thank you, Director Powell.
And I will volunteer.
Okay, and so we'll schedule a meeting next week. Applications are due on Monday, and I'll get you out an invite for next week so that we can screen those and communicate that to the community members and the staff who are going to participate.
So is that application like on the website so people can see that? Okay.
We also distributed it the same way we did. We pushed it out the same way you push out your general communications to I don't know what all that magic is, but we used the same mechanism that you use to communicate with the public in general.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Is that it?
Yeah,
I think that's it.
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. All the hard work.
Night.